Good morning, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, thank you very much.
May I call John Simpkins, please?
Yes, of course.
I do solemnly,
sincerely and truly,
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Mr. Simpkins. My name is Jason Beer, as you know, and I ask questions on behalf of the inquiry. Can you give us your full name, please?
John Graham Simpkins.
Thank you. You previously gave evidence to the inquiry on the 9th of November 2022. That was in phase 2 of this inquiry, and I think you were told on that occasion that there was a possibility that you may be recalled in a later phase or phases of the inquiry. Thank you very much for coming back again in this phase 4. Since you gave evidence in November 2022, you have made 2 further witness statements, I think. On the 30th of August 2023, you made a 24-page witness statement with the URN WITN 04110200. Can you turn that up in the folder in front of you at tab A1?
Yes.
And if you go to the 24th page, you should see a signature.
Yes.
Is that your signature?
It is.
And are the contents of that witness statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are.
That statement, is this right, is principally about the provision, the use, and the reliability of ARQ data?
Yes, it's more about I was given an extract of an ARQ data and could I discuss what it represents?
Thank you. And then on the 19th of December 2023, you made a 10-page witness statement with the URN 04110300. And if you go to the 10th page of that, please,
yes,
in tab A2, is that your signature?
It is.
And are the contents of that witness statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are.
That witness statement is principally about something known as the Apex Corner incident, is that right?
That's correct.
Something which you say you discovered between making the second witness statement and the third witness statement.
I was presented with another photocopy of an extract of an ARQ, of a report, and asked, could I explain this?
Thank you. Just by way of summary of your background, because it's over a year since you last gave evidence, it's right that you studied software engineering at the University of Birmingham.
Correct.
You're a member of the British Computer Society, a chartered IT professional, and an incorporated engineer.
Correct.
You joined ICL Pathway in 1996, July 96, as an application developer, is that right?
That is right.
But shortly after then, you moved away from development work into a support role.
Correct.
You worked in the predecessor department to the SSC, third line support, during the period of the national rollout of the Horizon system.
Yes, I did.
And so you were working there for initial go-live in 1996 and 1997.
Correct.
You remained there for the course of the national rollout.
I did.
You told us on the last occasion that your job title then was project specialist.
Yes, I believe it was product specialist, actually.
Okay, product specialist, thank you. Did you have a particular role at that time in relation to the EPOS software within the Horizon system?
We supported.
And what did support of the EPOS system consist of?
So if there were any reported incidents, live incidents mainly, we were live third line support. So they would be raised on a ticketing system, and those tickets would be passed to us to investigate the evidence.
And what would the investigation consist of, and what would you do in the course of the investigation?
Normally you would investigate the well, it depends upon the type of call. There may be events raised in the data center. There may be evidence provided by a sub-postmaster or a user. There may be another feed of evidence from a database or some other source. Then you would investigate the source of that evidence, and you would probably gather evidence from multiple locations, including the counter, some application logs on the counter. You might look at the message store, which was effectively the database on the counter. You might look at the data center, where you have harvesters and other agents that worked with that data from the counter, and the databases themselves.
Would you be responsible for the development of any fixes?
There was an idea we could look at doing workarounds. So if a workaround was either just telling the sub-postmaster how to work around a problem, or potentially is there a workaround we can do? An example might be clearing the print logs and things like that, so we can actually clear a log and allow the sub-postmaster to continue working. But no software fixes we didn't produce, no.
Who held the responsibility for software fixes at this time? So in initial go live and then in rollout?
That would be the fourth line support team.
The fourth line support?
Correct.
And how would they be passed responsibility for writing fixes?
So I mentioned a ticketing system. It was Pinnacle originally, then Peak. So we would add our evidence to that system, and then that ticket would be routed to the appropriate team.
Looking at that period as a whole, i.e. initial go live and then national rollout, what would your summary be of the nature and extent of the problems with EPOS?
There were problems with EPOS, definitely. It was a new system. I don't recall there being that many, mainly because of the amount of staff the SSE had.
Just to interrupt you there, you mean so that the problems would be spread amongst that number of staff?
Yes and no. Sorry. What I meant was initially there weren't that many staff in the SSE, and we weren't overrun with defects. Then you're correct, as the SSE grew, the defects were spread out, but we did have specialists in the team that concentrated on different areas. Again, we weren't overrun. However, during rollout itself, there were a lot more calls than post-rollout.
Who was, if anyone, the EPOS specialist?
I would say Anne.
So that's Anne Chambers.
Anne Chambers, Diane Rowe, Dave Seddon, Lena Kiang.
Do you recall something called the EPOS task force?
I don't, but I have seen documentation in this inquiry.
So only recently have you become aware of something called the EPOS task force?
Correct.
So at the time you didn't know that there was a part of Fujitsu given over to investigating a high number of problems with EPOS?
No, I was not.
Were you aware at the time of a report that the EPOS task force wrote that recommended a rewrite of the EPOS software?
No, I was not.
And therefore I think it follows that you weren't aware of the rejection of that proposal.
Correct. And
instead the adoption of a system of active management, as it was called, of the EPOS system.
Yes, that's correct. Fix forward is, yes.
So you weren't aware of any of that going on?
No.
I think you became a team leader in 2010.
Correct.
Reporting to the SSC manager. At that time, was that Steve Parker?
That's correct.
And you remain employed to date by Fujitsu as a team leader in the SSC, the Software Support Centre?
Correct.
Now, I want to ask you about the different species of data held as part of the audit trail in Legacy Horizon and Horizon Online.
Okay.
So can we start, please, with Legacy Horizon? And in fact, can we turn to your third witness statement, please? WITN 04110300. and page 3, please. Although this witness statement is to do with something else, the issue that we mentioned at Apex Corner, in paragraph 5, you set out a description of what you call the life cycle of a transaction in Legacy Horizon. I just want to go through this because is what you're doing here essentially setting out stage by stage what happens when a transaction is undertaken in Legacy Horizon?
Yes, I would expand it from that. It's all messages, not just transactions.
Thank you. So reading through it, you say messages, including transaction messages, were written to the riposte message store on the local counter disk. Can you explain for those who may not have listened to all of the phase 2 and 3 evidence what you mean by that?
So riposte had distributed databases. Every counter had its own message store, which was a non-SQL database effectively. And the messages that that counter used to operate, including reference data and the transactions it created at that counter, were all stored on the message store, which is a file, and that file is on the local hard disk of that counter.
And so if there were 5 counters in a branch, there would be 5 local counter disks, is that right?
Correct.
If there were 10, there would be 10.
Correct, and if there was 1, there was 2 counter disks, because that was a special case and had an swappable disk.
You continue, they were then replicated locally to other counters within the branch or in a single counter branch, like Apex Corner, to internal removable mirror disks. Can you explain what you mean by that, please?
Yes, so when a message is written, it is broadcast immediately to all local neighbours. Riposte has an idea of neighbours, and when you set up those 5 counters in your example, you tell counter 1 about its other 4 local neighbours, and counter 2 also about its 4 local neighbours. When you perform a transaction or any other message on, say, counter 1, it will broadcast that to all neighbouring counters so that they will get a copy of those messages. As a single counter disk, there was a single point of failure on that counter. It had another version of riposte effectively installed on the counter as well.
That's the mirror.
That's the mirror disk, which is a removable disk. And the messages were, again, replicated to that. The counter node 1 was also called the gateway counter. That had a remote access up to the data center. So that was to
the correspondence server.
Correct. So in the data center, we had correspondence servers that counter also replicated the messages to.
You continue, Legacy was primarily an offline system, so the message would be sent to the correspondence servers periodically or immediately, depending on the network configuration. Every branch was assigned to one of 4 clusters. That's clusters in the correspondence servers.
Correct. So we had 16 correspondence servers, and so 4 made up a cluster. So if that counter 1 replicated its messages up, you had 4 copies of that message in the data center.
You continue, this controlled which correspondence server messages from that branch replicated to. There were 16 correspondence servers, and each one only contained messages for a single cluster. Once in the correspondence servers, the Audit harvester program would copy all messages from the correspondence server, i.e. a single cluster, to a series of flat text files labelled by data center, cluster, and date. Can you explain what the Audit harvester program was, essentially?
So there is an idea of agents and which monitor messages coming in to correspondence servers. They effectively listen at messages as they're inserted. The audit harvester had a filter that basically got every message that, as it came in, and its job was to write it to a flat file. So a basic file on the disk, on the correspondence server. When it got to a certain size, it would switch and start writing another file, and it began a new file each day.
When you were doing your work in the SSC, so when a ticket came in on Pinnacle to start with, which data in that sequence of events that you've essentially described, in that process that you've described, would you seek to access?
Initially the correspondence server, because it's the easiest to get to.
Why was it the easiest to get to?
So when you were supporting a live data center, you had...
Sorry, the witness statement can come down, thank you.
You had a computer dedicated to that network. It had two-factor authentication. And when you logged into it, you would, from there, connect to the data center, which would allow you to connect to the correspondence servers or databases. If you wanted to go anywhere else, then you would do another hop, as it were, from the data center.
In your witness statement, we're going to look at this in a bit more detail in a moment, you say that the data that you found most valuable to access when carrying out your work was in the message store.
Correct.
And where are you referring to in the process you've just described?
That is the correspondence server.
In the correspondence server.
It should have all the messages from the counters. If it doesn't match effectively with the call or what is being reported, then you may go down and see if there's a difference between the correspondence service and the counter.
And indeed, that might be one of the very issues you're investigating, a mismatch between what's held locally and that which has made it to the correspondence server.
Potentially.
And so can you explain how, when you needed to access data in the message store, you went about it in the SSC?
We did have some tools that we wrote internally ourselves, support tools.
So do you mean you wrote some code in order to get into the message store?
You could do it multiple ways. One way is with the tooling that we wrote ourselves. If you knew what you were going to extract, EPOS allowed you to have a query language, much like a SQL language, where you could...
You have to explain what that means.
Sorry, structured query language, a database language, where you could say, I want this field, this field, this field, or attribute, from this counter in this date range. And then, so that's if you knew what you were aiming for. If you didn't know what you were aiming for, you would probably extract it all as text, so the whole lot to one large text file, and then start filtering that through text editors.
And so Riposte had its own investigation stroke query system built into it, a tool for extraction built into it.
It had a tool to extract, correct, yes. So you could extract, actually the tool you could use part of that structured query language as well. When you extract the messages, normally you would just extract everything.
And why was it necessary to write separate tools within the SSC?
When you came across issues, you would learn to focus your investigation, and also some people didn't have the skills to understand write the language that I was talking about, the Riposte grammar, so that if you had a tool, everyone got it right all the time.
Can you summarise, to your knowledge, the process of the saving of, storage of, and extraction of audit data?
So are we talking about audit data from Riposte into the audit system, sorry?
No, we're going to go on in a moment to speak about something which has been described in the documents as ARQ data.
Okay, I have a limited amount of knowledge about ARQ
Yes, as
data.
you say in your witness statement, that it's not something that was in your day-to-day use.
Yes, that's correct. But I can give you my understanding of the overview. So from those flat files we were talking about, which are extracted by the audit harvesters, they are passed to the audit system. The audit system then seals them. So the audit system calculates a check digit on them and puts that into a database, and then that can be reused later to make sure that that file hasn't changed whilst in audit.
Just stopping you there, what did you understand the purpose of the retention of audit data to be for?
That's a good question. I presume it was such that when messages that were no longer in the message store, or messages that were no longer in the databases, or files that we passed between us and third parties to us, when they were no longer available on the live system, we could go to audit and request for them.
Did you understand, as the title of the data might suggest, audit data, that it was to be used for the purposes of some sort of audit?
I didn't. I used it as an extension to history of the data that's available to me.
You mentioned that one reason that you understood it was retained was that there was a limitation, a time limit, on the retention of data in the message store.
Correct.
How long was that limit? I think it changed.
It did, yes. I think I've definitely seen message stores where it's 42 days. I think it also was 35 days or something at one stage.
And so did that mean data in the message store was not available to you if you were conducting an inquiry, an investigation, depending on the relevant time we're looking at, more than 35 or more than 42 days after the data had been created?
That's correct. Some messages do expire. There are some messages that are effectively permanent, and which objects, you had objects and messages. Objects, effectively, the last version of it was permanent and never expired, but messages, other messages did expire.
Did you understand that when data was, audit data, ARQ data, was extracted by Fujitsu and presented to the post office, it was presented in a filtered format?
Yes, I've seen some ARQ extracts that look like they are filtered and then put in Excel. And
so the data has been manipulated from its original source into a filtered format?
Correct.
Was that something you were aware of at the time?
Not really, because if we requested data from audit, which I believe we did do, we got it back in the basic report.
Raw format?
Correct.
Where did your understanding come from that for the purposes of presentation to the post office, it had been, I've used the word manipulated, that might carry unwanted implications. Is there a technical term for it?
Filtered?
Filtered.
I'm sorry, that was just an off-the-cuff technical term. I have seen examples of ARQs provided to me.
Okay. Was software used to conduct that filtering?
Yes.
And what was that software called?
Again, I was presented with an ARQ, and I think it had a title on the top of the Excel spreadsheet that said R Query UK, which probably means Repos Query UK. And on the second tab of that Excel spreadsheet, it had the flower language that was used, which is an X-query language to say which fields to pull out and how to filter it.
And do you know who wrote that software, the filtering software?
No.
Was that in-house again?
I expect that was in-house, as it said UK on our Query UK. I would talk to Gerald about that.
So somebody within Fujitsu?
I would think so, yes.
And what was the purpose, to your understanding, of changing the presentation of the data in this way, or filtering it in this way?
I do not know. I would expect it was to make it more simple to understand. The original Repos attribute grammar is somewhere between XML and JSON format. It's a very structured in itself, but not very easy to read. And there's lots of attributes in there that probably won't make sense unless you have access to the high-level designs.
Thank you. Can we undertake a similar exercise to the one that you undertook in paragraph 9 of your third witness statement, the life cycle of a legacy Horizon transaction for Horizon Online? You don't do this because that didn't arise in relation to the Apex Corner incident in your witness statement.
No, that's fair.
Can you broadly describe the life cycle of a transaction in online?
Yes. So when the transaction gets settled in HNGX, it's immediately broadcast up to the data center to a OSR, which is a online service router, I think. I have to check that acronym. But you have 10 OSRs, the messages are broadcast to them, then they will then update the branch database or go via another route such as CDP, which allows you to send messages out to third parties. So it depends on the type of transaction you're doing, but if you were just doing the basic stamp sell, it would go from the counter to the OSR and be recorded on the branch database, and then a response back to the counter to say it was successful.
And can I ask the same question? When you needed to access data for the purposes of your work in the SSC in Horizon Online, which data would you access?
We would go to a database called the BRSS, the Branch Support Database. So the Branch Support Database is very similar to the branch database, the live one, but it has some replication software. It's Oracle, so it uses Golden Gate, which copies the software, all the transactions that happen to the support database. And the support database also keeps data for much longer than is required in the actual live database, so we can go back a year in the support database.
Thank you. Can I turn briefly then to the role of the SSC? Is it right that the SSC, the Service Support Centre, worked closely with the fourth line of support, application support service, in the identification and resolution of software incidents requiring bug fixes?
To an extent, yes. So they have no access to the live information, so all evidence would be provided by us. So initially we would do an investigation, gather the evidence, and then if we can't explain it, then it will probably go to the fourth line support team. If they need any more evidence, they would come back to us, and then eventually, hopefully, they will be able to get to the bottom of what the issue is.
I want to look at a service description document from 2009 to see whether what it describes accords with the position on the ground. And can we start, please, by looking at FUJ 308 0066? Can you see from this page, page 1, the title of the document is Third Line Support Service Description?
Yes.
And so this is supposed to be a description of the service provided by the SSC, yes?
Correct.
We can see from the top right, the date is the 4th of September 2008. But if we just go over the page to page 2, we can see the document seems to have been approved only on the 27th of January 2009. Can you see that?
Correct, yeah.
And then if we go back to page 1, please. We can see the originator of the document is Mick Peach. Was he the manager at this time in January 2009, so Mr. Parker's predecessor?
Correct. There was a manager in between them, but yes.
And we can see over the page at page 2 about the middle of the page that a reviewer appears to have been Mr. Parker himself, yes?
Yes.
And so this document essentially, is this right, a summary description of what you in the SSE were mandated to do?
Yes.
Could we go to page 14, please? This is under a big heading on the previous page. We needn't look at it. Dependencies and interfaces with other operational services. And there's a list of interfaces, so interrelationships. And it's paragraph 2.7.1.5, so the second paragraph down on that page. If that just can be enlarged, please. Thank you. The application support service, fourth line, and the third line support service work closely together in the identification and resolution of software incidents requiring bug fixes. If the scope of either the application support service, fourth line, or the third line support service is changed, the completion of software incident bug fixes will be the responsibility of the remaining service. What's that saying?
The first part is saying that...
yeah, sorry, my mistake. What's the second part saying?
The second part, I have no idea. I'm presuming it's either talking about merging third and fourth line or eliminating one of them. Say fourth line would make sense, so third line would also have to do bug fixes.
I see. So it's talking about if there was a change to the way that the support service was provided, that either third line was extinguished or fourth line was extinguished or changed, then the responsibility described would vest in the remaining bit.
That's my reading, yes.
Do you agree with the description of the interaction of the third and fourth line support services?
Yes. We also provided other things other than just software issues. We did lots of reporting. There was facilities we provided other than just this, but yes.
To what extent was third line support involved in fixing bugs?
We didn't actually do the fixes, but we would help identify the fixes. So we would provide our investigation. We would provide further evidence from live. I think that's probably it.
So the SSC, would this be fair? That can come down. Should have good visibility on the existence of bugs and the steps taken to fix them.
We would have good visibility of bugs once the ticket with all the evidence required is with fourth line, then it may go off our visibility. In theory, we would have probably created a knowledge article for that defect, so that when another person gets a call, they can identify that that's already been identified and the call is already with development.
A knowledge article, is that different from a KEL?
Sorry, it's a KEL.
Just explain what a KEL is to the
So,
uninitiated.
A KEL was known error log. It's a repository of knowledge articles that the first, second, third line used when we were investigating incidents. We could search it with the symptoms that were provided to us and hopefully find out that whether this incident has been seen before, if there is a workaround, what information do we need to gather if it's an ongoing investigation.
And so, although it wasn't intended for this purpose, would you agree that if somebody asked the question from, say, outside the organisation in 2005, what known bugs are there in the Horizon system and what steps have been taken to correct them, the known error log would be a good place to start?
It's a good place to start, but it depends on how well that was house kept. So when the defect was resolved and fixed, that needed to be fed back. And
just stopping there, how well was it maintained?
I would say reasonably. I wouldn't say it was perfect. I would say reasonably.
Why wasn't it maintained more than reasonably well?
Because when the defect was closed, there was quite often cloning of peaks, and when the defect was closed, it may not be matched up to that KEL when it came back for closure.
You'll have to decode that, I'm afraid. I think I understand what you mean, but can you explain in simpler language, please?
When a defect peak pinnacle goes to fourth line, they could clone that ticket, especially if there is more than one part that needs fixing. And when they have released the fix, it may came back to us that pinnacle or peak would come back to third line team for closure because it was originated there effectively on the peak pinnacle system. So when you do a final progress, it routes it back to the originator. The pre-scanner in the SSE at that time would either pass it back to the person who originally handled it to make sure that is a reasonable closure, or they may close it themselves. And it's reliant upon them to make sure that they were aware of a knowledge article and update it.
And so I think we agreed that if I was asking the question in, say, 2005, of what known errors or bugs there were in Horizon, the known error log would be a very good place to start.
It's a good place to start, but you would need the pinnacles or peaks to go with it.
On what system was the known error log kept?
It's the SSE's own corporate system, managed by us. There were multiples throughout history where we managed it ourselves, and then effectively moved on to Fujitsu's own internally managed services, and it was just a virtual machine on that.
Who had access, other than members of the SSC, to the known error log?
I believe the first line, second line, third line and fourth line all had access to the known error log, all Fujitsu staff, sorry.
So it was a well-known repository of information?
Correct.
And indeed that was its very purpose?
Correct.
That people knew about it, and it's perhaps the first thing one might reach to if a seemingly new problem arose?
Correct.
And so they had electronic access to it, first, second and fourth line support?
Yes.
What about outside the support teams that you've just listed? Anyone else have access to it?
I don't believe so.
In the period from 2000 to 2010, were you aware of any challenges to the integrity of Horizon data being raised by sub-postmasters?
I was aware of any incidents raised during that time.
I mean, that was your work, essentially, wasn't it, on a daily basis?
Exactly.
And should each of those have resulted in either a decision to create a KEL, a known error log, or to check whether the issue being raised was adequately covered by an existing KEL?
It should have been.
And was that always done?
I believe so. You could also search the peaks system to see if there's any similar issues listed in peak. You could search the first line help desk system to see if there's any similar issues there, as well as the KEL system.
Is it right that the SSC was not generally responsible for reporting issues or the outcome of investigations or the outcome of bug fixes back to the post office?
The ticket itself would be reported back. It had to, I believe, first line had to agree closure if the ticket came through first line. But service management would do that role. We were incident management, not service management.
And so there was something called the service management team, is that right?
Correct.
Or was that also based in Bracknell?
Yes.
And so they were the point of contact back to the post office, is that right?
Correct.
Did they have access to KEL?
I can't remember. I imagine they did, but I can't remember exactly, no.
Did the post office have direct access to the known error log?
No.
In your dealings with the post office, would you understand that they knew of the existence of the known error log?
I don't know. I imagine we probably did refer to them quite often. When we talked about an incident, we would refer to a KEL reference. So that.
And why would you be referring, when you talk to the post office, to a KEL reference?
I can't remember any instance of talking to the post office.
No, but generally, why would you be talking about KELs?
It allows you to describe that there is a known issue. We have referred to it. This is effectively a tracker of type for it. It has been logged.
You told us on the last occasion that Mr. Peach, Steve Parker's predecessor, and who left in 2009, introduced something called the Service Management Portal, or the SMP, which was a website onto which was placed reports.
Correct.
And that the post office had direct access to the SMP.
Yes.
With what frequency were the reports written?
You would probably have to ask Mick. However, I think it was monthly reports, but presumably he updated them throughout the month and then published them. But I can't be certain, I'm afraid.
And what were the monthly reports placed onto the service management portal about?
I believe they were about service impacting issues.
What do you mean by that?
So, yeah, any issues, any notable defects, any work that we had done for the post office and the reports we'd produced, kind of metrics about what had happened in that month.
And so if there had been a bug error or defect identified and a fix applied to it, or some new code written to try and correct the error, is that the kind of thing that would be described in the monthly reports?
I expect so. Again, I would refer to Mr. Peach, though.
outside of that, the monthly reports on the service management portal, was there any formalised mechanism for informing the Post Office about bugs, errors and defects within the Horizon system?
I would expect that would be through the service management team.
So that was the tool, was it?
Sorry, not the service management portal, the service management team.
Sorry, the service management team.
Sorry.
And how many people worked in the service management team?
I think about half a dozen.
And how did they get their information about what to tell the Post Office?
Probably from the first line, third line. I'm not sure where else.
And how physically would they get that information?
I know that Ms Peach provided a monthly report to the service management team.
So the same thing, the thing from the service management portal, or a different species of report?
I don't know. I remember he mentioning he produced a monthly report.
Would you agree that there was a mechanism by which Fujitsu told the Post Office what issues had arisen with the Horizon system, how they had been detected, how widespread the issue was, whether the issue affected financial data and in particular balancing?
Yes, I believe that was the service management service management team's function. We definitely did scoping when an incident happened to try and work out how large an effect it has and who was affected.
I.e. whether it affected more than the one branch that had, for example, reported the issue.
Correct. Once you know what marker that issue has, you can search for it.
And can I press you on how the service management team got its information from you in the SSC?
I would say that would be fed through our manager.
By?
Through our manager, Mick P.
And how would your manager get the information?
He would get that from us.
How would he get it from you? You're working away in one corner of the room, administering tickets. Anne Chambers is in another corner of the room administering tickets. There are another up to 25 people in the room administering tickets, looking at your stack of tickets, processing them, getting through the work. How was all of that information that you were creating, that you were administering, translated to Mr. Peach and then Mr. Parker, got over to the SMT and then got over to the Post Office?
I believe it would have been just talking to him. He sat in the centre of the office and we would tell him what issues we've got, if there's anything new.
To your knowledge, did he, for example, regularly, periodically, say monthly, look at all of the pinnacles or peaks that have been administered by the team and extract from those the information that he judged it was necessary for the Post Office to know about?
I don't know. I would have to ask him. I don't know how he did his round robin of what the team has done that month.
You mentioned him sitting there. Presumably he wasn't there 24 hours a day.
No, he wasn't.
And I think there were shift arrangements, is that right?
No.
No.
So we worked from roughly 8 till 6. Core hours were 9 till 5:30. There was a out-of-hours support rota, but that was just the team that worked normal hours, and they would provide out-of-hours support as well, passing a mobile phone round effectively. There was no rota.
And so you would be sitting in your chair and he would be in the room somewhere and you would say, Mick, I've got a new one here, what would happen then?
He would make a note of it, presumably in his records. I think he had a database form for entering it directly into the S&P. I don't know if that's where he kept his records, but he definitely had a database form which he would type it up on. Yes.
He had access to the pinnacles and peaks himself?
Of course.
And so he could go back and check the ticket to see what had been done.
Correct.
Or not done?
Correct.
Did you ever see the reports that were passed to the SMT or put on the service management portal?
I have, yes.
You have now. Did you at the time?
Yes, quite often, if he wanted to get the details from you, you sat next to him as he typed it up.
So you could dictate or narrate what the issue was?
Correct.
What did you understand the purpose of this communication of information to the post office to be for?
He was talking to Fujitsu at that time, that he wasn't talking to...
You mentioned that he wrote a monthly report that went
for
on
the
to the
SMP.
SMP.
Correct.
Which went to the post office?
Yes, for the SMP, I don't know. We presumably had some agreement that he had to supply something, or it was very much off his own back, the SMP. I think he felt that they needed some information, and he went around getting the server put in and producing the software for it.
When did you first become aware that data produced by the Horizon system was used for the purposes of criminal investigations and criminal proceedings against sub-postmasters?
Anne Chambers was asked to provide evidence.
So that would have been about 2006?
Yes, I think.
Before then, i.e. from rollout until 2006, did you not understand that the data was being used to investigate criminally and then bring proceedings against sub-postmasters?
I don't believe so, no.
The case in which Anne Chambers was involved was in fact a civil case.
Right.
Did you know that at the time?
No.
Did you just understand it to be some form of legal proceeding?
Correct.
Can we go to page 2 of your witness statement, please? Your second witness statement, WITN 04110200. Page 2, paragraph 5. If we just blow up paragraph 5, please. You say the SSC does not use and has never generally used ARQ data in the course of its investigations. Instead, for example, in the context of Legacy Horizon, the SSC referred to copies of the original riposte message store for the relevant branch when investigating and diagnosing potential issues with the system. In this regard, the raw message store contained information additional to that in the filtered ARQ spreadsheets and provided a much more comprehensive account of the data held in the audit archive. And so the SSC did not generally use ARQ data, but used the message store. Was that because there was more data held in the message store beyond that, which was produced as a result of a filtered ARQ request?
Yes.
What extra information was available in the message store as opposed to the audit archive?
I'm differentiating, I think, between ARQ here and I think the raw is held in the audit. But the ARQ is filtered.
That's not precisely what you say here, is it? You say the raw message store contained information additional to that in the filtered ARQ spreadsheet. And my question is, what additional?
So, sorry, I was trying to, yeah, okay. So there is more data in the raw repros message store. However, I do believe the raw message store is available from Audit. The ARQs I've seen are filtered and only put out certain fields.
Okay, and so what, got it. So there's three things we're talking about.
Yeah.
Message store number one, filtered ARQ data number two, and ARQ audit archive number three.
No.
Okay.
I think I'm just talking about two things, filtered ARQ and raw message store. So the reason you would go to Audit is if it's been archived off and you can get the raw message store. The ARQs I've seen are because they are filtered, are missing a lot of relevant messages I would be looking at.
Yeah, my question is, what a lot of relevant messages are they missing that you would be looking for?
Okay, such as reference data. So reference data controls how the counter operates.
And so just explain to us, many of us know, but for those that don't, what reference data is, please?
So reference data is configuration information for how the counter operates, what it can sell, how much it will sell it at, what buttons and configuration is available to it, when you do some transactions, what are the steps of those transactions take.
Thank you. So it would be missing reference data.
Those ARQs are just seem to be events and transactions that I've seen so far.
Okay, you were in the middle, I think, of providing us a list of things that were missing.
Yes, there would be additional attributes that aren't in those ARQs I've seen.
Such as?
The num. So each message is written with the group ID, which is the branch, node ID, which is the counter position, and num, which is a unique incrementing counter. That allows you to see exactly what messages have been produced, and you won't miss any, and gives you the order that they were committed to the message store. There will be other attributes such as if you were doing a banking transaction, you have a request, authorization, confirmation, handshake between the data center.
And just explain what a handshake is.
So when you start doing a banking transaction, you would write a request message in at the message store. That gets transmitted to a data center, picked up by an agent. The agent goes to the banking engine, sends it on to the financial institute. It gets back with a authorization, which goes back down through the agents, back down to the counter. The counter says, okay, that's been authorized, and then you confirm it at the counter. That gets harvested back up to the data center, and then we would reconcile that. So the handshake is the passing of the messages backwards and forwards. Okay,
you've listed two species of data that are missing from filtered ARQ that you could see in the message store. Is there a third?
I think there was many. I'm struggling to recall different types, but almost anything that AP transaction recovery.
And explain what AP transactions are.
Automated payments. Automated payments are like your bill payments, BT payments, things like that. Again, the system would write recovery data when you're halfway through until you've completed, so that if it failed, it would take that recovery data and ask you about that transaction that was partially completed.
And does all of this explain why you would go to the message store and not to filtered ARQ?
Yes, because you see the whole picture.
Would you agree that it's unwise to seek to base conclusions on the basis of the filtered ARQ data, in particular as to the health and integrity of the data that Horizon has produced?
The health you could not decide from those ARQs. The integrity of the transactions you may be able to if you've got the physical paper copies as well in the branch. You could do a comparison between what the system has and the branch has.
If we go forward to paragraph 12 of your witness statement, please, that's on page 4. You're here referring to where you refer to the ARQ spreadsheet. That's a spreadsheet that you were asked to analyse. I'm not going to ask you any questions about it. In the case of Mr. Lee Castleton and some days of ARQ data at the Marine Drive branch.
Correct.
And you say, if I refer to that ARQ spreadsheet by way of an example, my view is that the data provided in the ARQ spreadsheet does not contain sufficient information for a postmaster to assess the health of the Horizon system at their branch. The ARQ spreadsheet shows only those transactions recorded by the system. It shows there were no receipts and payments mismatched within those transactions and that there were no system faults that required recovery. However, it does not demonstrate the health of the system beyond those parameters. You say in that paragraph, the ARQ spreadsheet only shows those transactions recorded by the system. Can you see that, the fourth line, the second sentence, yeah?
Yes.
What did you mean by that? The ARQ spreadsheet only shows, or shows only, those transactions recorded by the system.
The ARQ that was presented was a filtered subset of just the transactions.
And are you, by that sentence, also stating that the additional message store data that you have referred us to today may assist in showing the existence or the conduct of transactions as between the local counter and the centre that are missing from the ARQ spreadsheet?
If you were to have failed banking transactions, for example, or a AEP transaction that's still yet to be recovered, then I would agree.
They wouldn't show up?
I'm just trying to think, the banking one, whether that would show up as a zero value failed transaction or not. It may still show up that there was a nil banking transaction, but if the AEP one was not completed, then I don't believe that would show up.
And to take an example, if we go to your third witness statement, please. Sorry, your second witness statement, at page 17. Paragraph 34. If that can be blown up, please. You're here addressing an issue that the inquiry asked you about, which is concurrent or simultaneous logins, yes?
Mm-hmm.
And you say, although there have been issues with concurrent logins, an initial observation is that the ARQ spreadsheet, that's the same one we're talking about, for this instance does not appear to contain evidence that a user was logged on to two counters simultaneously. And I'll miss the next bit out. And then you say, in order to determine more conclusively what happened at the branch, access to the raw message store would be required. Does that paragraph there and what you tell us in it reflect the fact that you, as an expert in the operation of the system, or a person with expertise in the operation of the system, would not be prepared to draw a conclusion on the ARQ data alone?
Yes, it does, because I am talking about a session transfer, and a session transfer writes multiple messages as it takes the transactions from one counter, puts them in a blob attached to a message, and transfers it to the other counter, and you can clearly see that in the message store.
And so you wouldn't be prepared to draw conclusions without access to the raw message store? And would you say that it would be wrong to ask other people to draw conclusions on the basis of just the data that appears on the filtered ARQ spreadsheets?
That point in 34 that I'm talking about, I would be about 99% sure that is what's happened from the evidence between the events and the transactions. Your question is very much wider, but I would say yes.
Thank you. That can come down. Was the known, or was the limitation in ARQ data widely known or recognised within the SSC? The limitations of the ARQ data that you have mentioned to us today, was that known within the SSC widely?
Not really. If we requested the information from Audit, we would have got it in the raw format. We wouldn't have had it in those Excel spreadsheet formats.
Did you know at the time that what was being presented to the post office and then used in court was the type of filtered ARQ data that you have now seen in the case of Mr. Castleton?
I don't believe I saw that, no.
Forget his case individually.
Sorry.
I'm using that as an example.
I don't believe so. We did used to get peaks passed to us with events, counter and data center events on to filter and say, do any of these events have any impact upon a branch? They were in Excel spreadsheets, but again, they looked like a complete extract from the Tivoli database for the events. But no, I don't recall any ARQ in those formats.
For example, in your experience, would Miss Chambers, Anne Chambers, been aware that there was substantially more data available in the message store than was provided in a standard ARQ package?
I'm sure Ms Chambers would have gone to the raw data as well to do any analysis, yes.
That's a different question where she would have gone. She would have done, I think, the same as you and gone to the raw data. I'm asking whether you think others, including her, were aware that the data being presented to the post office in the filtered ARQ format contained substantially less data than was available.
I'm sure if she saw that ARQ spreadsheet, she would have known, and if any of the SSC saw that, they would have known, but I wasn't aware of what the ARQs looked like.
Were you, or to your knowledge, any of your colleagues in the SSC ever asked to provide Fujitsu advice on the range of data that was available and which therefore ought to be presented for the purposes of civil or criminal investigations?
No.
Was that ever a matter of discussion so far as you were aware?
No.
Were you aware of a branch within Fujitsu called Litigation Support?
From yesterday, yes.
You only learnt that yesterday?
Correct.
Does it follow that litigation support, the people that were providing the ARQ data to the post office, never spoke to you or, to your knowledge, anyone within the SSC about the range of data that was available additional to that which they were sending over in the ARQs?
I would have expected, if they were concerned, well, I would have expected that these ARQs have been designed by someone. They would probably have been architects, and I am presuming that they have been agreed with the post office. That should have been a architect level discussion about what is available and what should be provided. I don't know if that's a litigation team level. I would have thought they would just provide what has been designed in the system for them.
Going back to paragraph 12 of your witness statement, please. That's on page 4. You say, paragraph 12, that can be blown up. Thank you. You say the ARQ spreadsheet, second line, does not contain sufficient information for a postmaster to assess the health of the Horizon system at their branch. And in the last line, it does not demonstrate the health of the system beyond those parameters. What do you mean by the health of the system?
I would expect events, so Windows events of the counter itself. I would expect events from the data center, mainly the harvesters, to say if there was any issue harvesting the data written by the branch. I would have thought about the logs that are written at the data center, at the counter, audit, PS standard logs. There are reports generated at the data center when it's checking the transactions as they're entered into the databases for receipts and payments, and they regenerate cash accounts. Those reports, I would have thought about the tickets raised, if there were any, peak and as well as TFS. So if our own internal systems picked up, example, any issues, they may be raised as a peak/pinnacle as well as the TFS raised ones. And then going back to the reposts, I think I detail in here, I would have taken from the balance messages written in the repost system. So when you're calculating the current balance of, for example, cash, you would take what was the opening position for your current cash account. You would add up all the transactions for your current cash account, and then you compare that to the declaration that the sub-postmaster enters, and then you would see if there's any discrepancy. As the sub-postmaster is doing the overnight cash holding every night, you should be able to quickly see if there is a diversion between the system-generated figure and the sub-postmaster's entered figure. And so that would be the point when you start investigating.
Was the first time that you saw a filtered ARQ spreadsheet provided to a sub-postmaster when we, the inquiry, showed it to you for the purposes of this inquiry?
I believe so, because that's the first time I noticed the R-Query UK and the flower language, because in my second witness statement, I think I had some trouble working out whether a time was the start time of a transaction or the time it was committed. And I worked out it has to be the start time. But by seeing the spreadsheet presented to me in the third witness statement, it actually has the filter there. and you can see it's the start time. So that would have helped me with my second witness statement.
And so it was only in 2023 that you saw the type of data and the extent of the data and how it was being presented that was being transmitted from Fujitsu over to the post office for the purposes of criminal proceedings?
I believe so, yes.
To your knowledge, did anyone in Fujitsu ever explain the limitations of the data that was being provided to the post office?
No.
So that would be an appropriate moment to take a break in the topics that we're addressing.
Now, before we do, can I just ask Mr. Simpkins, this is just to check that I haven't misunderstood earlier evidence by other witnesses, Mr. Simpkins. So if you can't answer, that's not a problem. But when we heard extensive evidence from Mrs. Chambers, she told us two things. Essentially, she was unhappy with her experience in giving evidence in the Lee Castleton case. And secondly, that she'd written quite a detailed memo about her experiences and what she thought ought to happen as a result of it. And my recollection is that after that, nobody in third line support actually did give evidence in either civil or criminal proceedings. Have I got that right as far as you're concerned?
Yes.
Fine. And then, so it follows that to this day, and you are still there, as you've told us, no one from third line support has given evidence in a criminal or civil trial. And as far as you are aware, no one in third line support has made a witness statement. Is that correct?
Only to the inquiry, yes.
Oh, yeah, sure. I meant a witness statement in civil or criminal proceedings.
Correct.
Fine. And then this is a long shot. When Mr. Beer was asking you questions about the SMT disseminating material to the post office, he used the expression the post office. Do you happen to know which department of the post office that sort of information might have been disseminated?
I don't, I'm afraid. I even added users into that system. I remember doing that, adding their logins, but I have no recollection of who it was or what parts.
All right. Thank you very much. What time should we start again, Mr. Beer?
25-2, please, sir.
Yeah, fine.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Can you continue to see and hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Can we please turn up page 4 of your witness statement, please? Your second witness statement. And look at paragraph 14 at the bottom. You say, if that can be expanded, thank you, beyond the data described above, it would also have been useful for the postmaster to have visibility of 1, the opening figures from the last rollover, 2, a running total of the sales, and 3, the daily cash and stamp declarations made by the postmaster. Access to these records would have allowed the postmaster to compare the Horizon-generated figures against the declarations made by the postmaster from the point of the last rollover. A comparison of these figures would show the point at which the 2 figures diverged, allowing the postmaster then to check what was happening at the branch at that point in time. Is it right that the 3 species of data that you mention there are not shown on the filtered ARQ data?
So the opening figures are not. The declarations are not. However, the transactions are.
So 1, no. 2, no, but 3, yes.
No, sorry. 1, no. 2, you have the cells in those ARQs. Correct is yes. 3, no.
As far as you were aware, was there any facility for a sub-postmaster in branch to either run reports on Horizon which would generate that information in categories 1 and 3, or otherwise to keep track of that information by some other means?
Yes, the one would be from the stock unit rollover, would detail the opening figures.
How would the sub-postmaster obtain that information in branch?
When they do the stock unit rollover, the printout on that will display the opening figures. So
they could access their print from
Correct.
the previous rollover?
Yes. There was sales transaction reports available in branch. You would enter in a list of parameters to the query report to say which stock unit, which start date, which end date, things like that. I think you could even put what product. I can't remember exactly. And the events, so the declarations would be shown as events, and you did have event reports as well.
Do you know whether sub-postmasters were trained to use a reporting facility within Horizon to generate material of that kind?
I don't. I have seen there was a pack of training material that detailed usage of some of these reports.
Was this the 3 species of information that you set out there, information that you or your colleagues at Fujitsu could generate with relative ease?
Yes, they would be in the message star.
Were you sometimes asked to provide that information?
We probably provided it in incidents where we were investigating. I can't give you any examples, but I'm sure we would have pulled that information out.
Can we turn, still in connection with the species of data available to Fujitsu and that which was passed to the post office, to some emails concerning ARQ filtering? And can we start, please, by looking at FUJ 0023 0912? And this is a series of emails between you, Steve Parker, and Anne Chambers on the 14th of May 2010, which seems to reference how filters are applied on ARQ requests concerning events.
Yes.
Can we start on page 3, please? At the foot of the page, the originating email from Mr. Parker to you and Anne Chambers with the heading ARQ and event filtering. He says the event list we're being asked to check on, that's Horizon Online ARQ requests, are just unmanageable at 7 to 10,000 rows in the Sysman 3 details. Can you explain what Sysman 3 is, please?
It was a version of the Tivoli system, which was the one that harvested the events from counters in the data center.
And so what's the issue that Mr. Parker is raising there?
We used to get Excel spreadsheets passed to the SSC with events that have been harvested in a date range and asked, would these events be of have any impact upon a counter? And because it was from the data center as well as the counter, it was a lot of events could have happened during that period.
Why were you being asked to check for events?
I'm not totally sure, but they were using the SSC as people who may be able to say whether an event may have been an important one impacting a counter. That was my understanding. And
the they in that sentence, who was doing the asking?
It was the security team, the people who would handle the ARQs.
Security team within Fujitsu?
Yes.
And so they were asking you to look at a lot of data.
Yes.
And see whether there was anything in the data which might contain a relevant event, an occurrence, that impacted on the integrity or reliability of the data?
The operation, I would say, yes. So we would get a large Excel spreadsheet here saying 7 to 10,000 events on it, and asked to filter those to see if any could have an impact on the counter's operation. It was a lot of data, it took a lot of time. We generally use the KEL system to say, go to event 1, is that in the KEL? If not, that takes out, say, you would order them to 1,000, and then go to another event. Is that going to be of any problematic? No, that might take out 500, and then you'd keep going until you've got, say, a page of events, and then try and work out if those may have had any impact on the counter.
And so you were being asked to essentially vouchsafe the data that was going to ultimately be provided to the post office to see whether it included any events that would affect the reliability of the data?
I believe so.
Did you know what the data was being used for, the end use of it, i.e. in investigations and prosecutions?
I didn't know about prosecutions, but we did know that this was going back to post office.
What did you think it was going back to post office for?
For when someone's requested, was this counter working correctly?
And why would they want to know whether a counter was working correctly?
That's my day job.
Sorry?
It's part of my day job.
Yes, but why did the post office want to know whether a counter was working correctly?
I don't know. You'd have to ask them.
Why did you think they wanted to know whether a counter was working correctly?
I imagine that they had a query saying, was this counter working correctly at this time? And therefore, they have got a specific request about a counter not functioning correctly at that time.
The purpose of asking Mr. Simpkins is whether you knew that the exercise you were engaged in may result in an answer or an assertion that was being fed to the post office, and they would use the product of the work that Fujitsu had done, including your work, to base a criminal investigation or criminal prosecution. Did you know that? By this time, May 2010.
I'm not sure if they would. I knew it would go back for a criminal or civil investigation, but I knew it was going back to the post office.
The email continues, we're allowed to filter out where the event is known to have no financial impact on the counter. What does that mean? Who was doing the allowing there? Who said it was okay to filter out events that were said to have no financial impact on the counter?
I believe that we were being asked by the security team to do this filtering.
Mr. Parker there says we're allowed to filter out things that are known to have no financial impact. Yes. Do you know who granted that permission?
No, I know where the request was coming from the security team on the Pinnacle.
It says that that permission has been granted where the event is known to have no financial impact on the counter. Do you know why you were allowed to filter out such known events?
I think we were trying to help by reducing the quantity of events that will be sent back to the post office. So there's 10,000 events here. If we can help say these ones are known to be benign from our systems, then only say 500 or something events might go back.
Is it right that you don't understand how that agreement or position had been reached, i.e. this level of filtering out was permissible?
No, I don't know how that got reached.
You know that the practical effect was to reduce a big number of events down to a smaller number of events.
Correct.
The email continues, we need to get the ARQ filters up to date for Horizon Online quickly to make the situation manageable. What does that mean?
So we could feed back to Gerald and his team the events that we believe are benign, and they would hard code a change in their filters to take those events out.
And is it right that that implies there was a lag in recognising, for the purposes of Horizon Online, event filters?
Yes, so I believe that because it was a totally new from the ground up system, there was suddenly a lot of events written by a lot of new data center servers, and no thought had been done to which of these events could be filtered.
Was a record kept by you of the steps taken in this filtering process?
There probably was a work instruction or a held to help.
That's a slightly different issue. Was there an instruction on how to do it?
Yes.
I'm asking, in each individual case, did you did you keep a record of this is the data that I started with, these were the filters I applied, these are the products that I ended up with that will get passed to the post office?
I would have to look at the peaks to see what we did. but I believe that we did feed back to Gerald, these are events that we believe are benign, to add to the filter. But I don't know what we would have recorded on the peak as to which events we have selected out of those 10,000 to filter.
The email continues, according to Gerald Barnes, the way to get the filters changed is, quote, the events need all to be checked by someone who understands them. Whilst doing this, they may well identify certain patterns which they know to be benign. They should then raise a peak stating which patterns they consider benign and assign it to the audit team. We will then alter our filters to ensure that these events are always filtered out. This seems a little tedious, has the advantage we have an audit trail for the reason behind filtering out particular events. Can you cooperate on looking into these event lists and getting the peaks raised into audit? Suggests John, I think that's you referred to, runs the list and advises on counter events. If you supply me with peak numbers, I'll get them pushed through. It's likely to be an iterative process until we can get the events driven down. Sample ARQ attached, obvious ones on the list that can be knocked off quickly. And then if we scroll up the page to page 2, please. I think we see your reply. Your comments, the full event text was not included in the sample. Most events are probably not worth, I think that's meant to say keeping, unless they specify a specific transaction journal number, such that can be tied back to a financial issue. I suggest removing the following events, and then there's a big long list. As you're saying, apply these filters essentially to remove events from the ARQ data.
Correct.
Top of the page. Mr. Parker replies, if you agree, let's get the necessary peaks raised. I'm concerned that some of the events are not complete, full event text, so as unable to classify. What does that mean?
I think I mentioned in the part below that the full event text was not supplied to us, so the event text was truncated in some way when it was extracted to us.
Up the page, please. We can see Ms. Chambers' reply. Counter events, I think we should apply the same filters to Sysman 3 as already been applied for Sysman 2. However, I don't have a list of these. I'm reluctant to put much effort into justifying each exclusion in this area. What is she meaning by that, please?
Sysman 2 was the previous version, so I presume that she's saying that there was already a filter set up for the events from the Sysman 2 product, and can that just be brought forward to the Sysman 3 product? So
overall, this is a discussion within the SSC as to the filters that are going to be applied to ARQ data, to
events, yes.
Yes, to events within ARQ data to reduce the volume.
Correct.
How was it established if an event had no known financial impact?
I think when I did it, I normally started with the KELs and searched through the events that are in the Excel spreadsheet against the KEL database.
Isn't that a bit of a shaky way of doing things? Doesn't it rely on the accuracy and completeness of the KELs?
It did give you a good starting point. You could search the peaks. There should, in theory, almost have been a KEL for every single event raised. So the KELs, as I said, is a misnomer. It's a knowledge article base. And the SMC, who were the second line support team, whenever they met an event that was not already KEL'd for and not already filtered, they would raise a call for it. So there were a lot of knowledge articles all about the events in the data centre.
That can come down, thank you. So essentially, technical decisions were being taken on what could or could not evidence a problem with financial information, was input provided by the Post Office on this, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Was this an exercise conducted, therefore, only internally by Fujitsu?
Yes, I believe so.
To your knowledge, was the Post Office told the outcome of the exercise, i.e. what filters had been applied to filter out material that wouldn't be checked?
I don't know.
To your knowledge, was there such a discussion?
I don't know.
The decision was ultimately taken to use the previous iteration of Sysman 2.
It was mentioned in the email. Whether it was carried forward, I can't tell you.
Well, do you know?
I don't know.
The email tended to suggest that we should just use Sysman 2, and that Anne Chambers was reluctant to put much effort into justifying each additional exclusion.
That's what the email said. I would probably ask Gerald. He would be able to tell you what filters were applied.
Mr. Parker had suggested that conducting some new checks would be helpful, hadn't he?
Yes.
To your knowledge, was that done?
We did add new checks. Sorry, we added information back to Gerald about the new events, yes.
Can we turn, please, to FUJ 0022 8917? This is an email exchange of a year later. You'll see that it again involves you. It's a one-page email exchange. It's quite difficult to ascertain what's happening, certainly to an outsider. But if we look at the bottom of the page, please, an email from John Rogers, who is described as the test lead for Horizon Online. What's LST?
Live service test or system test.
And the subject line is ARQ retrieval format inadequate for support use. Steve, this new functionality is under test. Have you seen the new spreadsheets that's produced? Are you happy with the format? If not, would you like to see an example? Up the page, please. Have you got an example, please? And he copies you in. He hasn't seen it at all. And then at the top of the page, please, attached is a copy of the output events file for 2 ARQs. One contains Sysman 2 data. The other contains Sysman 3 data. Is this email chain, and this is all we've got, evidence of some exploration of how ARQ retrieval could be used by the SSC?
I would say this is them making a change to the live system, and it's currently in live support test, live service test, system test, before it goes live, and they are checking that we are happy with the output of that change to the event spreadsheet.
So you told us earlier this morning that you in the SSE did not use ARQ data for the purposes of your work.
This is not for our work.
This is not for your work, no. But the area of your work that we're talking about now is SSC's involvement in the filtering of ARQ data.
Yes.
And this is talking about, is this right, under Horizon Online, the filtering of output events
Yes.
And the SSE being given an opportunity to inform or configure the format of the retrieval to increase its usefulness?
I presume so, yes.
And would that be usefulness not to the SSC, but usefulness to the end user of the post office?
I imagine it could be the SSC to help us do the filtering that we are previously doing. I don't know what the instigation of the change was.
That was my next question. What was the outcome of this?
I don't know.
Are you aware whether this discussion was ever communicated back to the post office, i.e. under Horizon Online there's an opportunity to change the filtering process of the ARQ data? We're going to now apply these filters going forwards from January 2011.
I don't know of that. That may be a good one to ask Gerald. Have we looked at the peak? It's got a peak reference related to this, 206531.
If I have, it's presently lost in my memory
Okay.
somewhere, but we can do that and maybe do that with Mr. Barnes.
Yeah, it may specify why this change is coming about and what the outcome was.
Again, at this stage, did you know what the post office was using the ARQ data for?
I don't believe so. I'm not sure when we would have been aware of there were prosecutions going on. We did, as an observation, we did stop doing this, and that must have been when we were aware. So the SSC decided we're not happy doing this filtration if it's going to be used in court cases, and we stopped.
And why weren't you happy?
Because, it, again, for leading on from Anne having to give evidence, we thought that if we were making the filter choices, they may want someone to come up and explain exactly why in a court case.
And why would you be unhappy about doing that?
I think it was just we did not wish to do that.
But why?
Because it's, I would say that it would be difficult to explain technically every single decision you've made out of 10,000 events, why you decide to filter that.
That document can come down, thank you. Why would it be difficult to explain to a court in a statement or in oral evidence why you had made filtering decisions?
I guess that you would have to refer to documentation, to examples of peaks, to examples of kells for every single one, and we felt that it's something that just gives them everything.
Gives the postmasters everything?
Well, in the ARQ, have all of the events, and then if you wish to ask questions about individual events, we can do that, rather than us filtering them.
What's the problem with giving them everything?
There is no problem giving them anything. We were helping to do the filtering. Now we've made a decision not to do the filtering, and then you can ask about individual events instead.
And so have I understood you correctly to say that there came a realisation within the SSC, a point in time at which you realised the use to which your product was being put?
Which to our filtering has been put is a good way of putting it, and we decided that that's not what we want to do.
And when was that?
I cannot tell you, I'm afraid. I could probably try and find out by talking to the security team.
It must have been after January 2011.
Indeed, otherwise that email wouldn't have been sent.
And who made the decision?
I think it was the SSC team leaders and the SSC team manager.
So Mr. Parker
I think that the SSC team leaders pushed with Mr. Parker agreeing.
And why did the team leaders have to push Mr. Parker to agree?
I think it's just we were doing this process, and then suddenly there's this realisation saying, can we not do this process now?
Does it follow that before the SSE sort of down tools on this aspect of its work, none of you had been asked to explain in any formal way to either the security team or to the post office what you were doing and what filtering had occurred?
I imagine you're correct, yes. I cannot recall having done that. And I don't know the latter bit about which filtering has occurred. That is probably because you had the filtering in already as well. So I don't know about that part.
Would you understand that if a court is presented with a set of data, it would want to know what has been done and each of the steps that have been taken to produce that set of data?
Totally.
That was, is this right, what led the SSC to down tools, as I've described it?
Yes, I think that's fair.
And was that just a reluctance to be dragged into or become involved in court proceedings, or was it because of difficulties in explaining the nature of the exercise that you were undertaking?
I imagine it was I would say it's a partial both, but I would say that it made a lot more sense to give them the full events than to give them a filtered version.
Can I just try and understand what you've just said there? What you've told us in your second witness statements, that the filtered ARQ information that was provided to sub-postmasters does not contain sufficient information for the postmaster to assess the health of the Horizon system as it affected their branch, correct?
Correct, but when I made that statement, I was looking at events and transactions. I was not thinking about counter events, not Windows and operating system events, which is what we're talking about now. There was, in that witness statement, there were two pieces of evidence shown to me. One were counter events, log on, log offs and things like that, and the other one was transactions.
So just to try and sum up this part of your evidence, was it we don't want any involvement in the SSC in court proceedings after what happened to Anne? Was it we're unhappy about the exercise that we're being asked to undertake and we wouldn't want that explored in a court? Or we know that there's more information that could be revealed to sub-postmasters to show the health of the system?
I think it was partially the first, Anne, and then also partially that it is a manual process and you can obviously make mistakes.
And so does that mean you wouldn't want your homework subject of scrutiny in a court?
No, I'm happy to have my homework scrutinied in a lower court. And I could go through and explain the reason why for each of them, but would you be hauled over the coals if you had made a mistake, or if an event that was, according to a CAL, not financially impacting, later on becomes financially affecting because there's been a change?
And you and your colleagues must have been sufficiently concerned that that was a realistic possibility to include that in your reasoning for not wishing to do it?
Correct.
Can I turn lastly on this topic, please, to FUJ 00225729. This series of emails, again involving you, this is October 2010, concerns the investigation of an issue of system integrity at the Ferndown sub-post office. Ms Penny Thomas asked for an investigation to be undertaken and you become involved in it. Can we start with page 3 of the email chain, please? Which is the originating email. An email from Emma Langford, the line service team within Post Office. To Mr Thompson, copied to Ms Thomas and David Holbert. I hope today's meeting proved to be beneficial. My apologies for the late notification of the following, but I'm hoping you'll be able to assist in a rapid turnaround for an ARQ request. Our security team, who forward ARQ requests to yourself for extraction, have this afternoon sent an emergency ARQ to Penny's team for processing. This has come from Lynn Hobbs, branch network manager, which in turn was passed into Lynn by Paula Venables, Post Office Limited network director. This request is a data extract for the above branch for the 1st of September 2009 to the 30th of September 2010. I understand from Mark Dinsdale the agreed turnaround for ARQ requests is 7 to 14 working days, but the ARQ above is a business priority. Given the resource at your disposal and your team's workload, is there any way that the 12-month extract can be completed by Monday, the 4th of October? I think this is being sent at 5:48 on the Friday. We have Helen Rose Post Office Limited on standby to decipher the data, and this will be her priority when received. But we need to feedback a delivery date and time to Mark, Lynn, and Paula. Firstly, had you any awareness of Helen Rose within the Post Office?
No.
Did you have any dealings with her or any understanding of her competency to decipher ARQ data?
No.
Did any members of the SSC, to your knowledge, give training or assistance to anyone within the Post Office on deciphering ARQ data?
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you. If we can scroll up, please. Penny Thomas to Peter Thompson, copied to Donna Munro. We're looking at a request for 13 months of data received at 4:30 on a Friday afternoon. It's not possible to return this request today. I'll provide an update with an estimated return time frame later in the day. Further up the page, please. Can you inform the customer of the perceived timescales at this initial stage, just to provide some perspective of timescales? Penny Thomas, I can't do more until we identify the size of outlet, number of counters. Up the page, please. Get sent on to Steve Parker. Please see the string. Forewarning, we'll be sending the SSC 13 months worth of events for this outlet. Would SSC be able to review and return comments ASAP? Further up the page. Steve's out of office. I'm not sure who to forward this to, but this is really urgent. And you, Anne Chambers, and some others get copied in. Yes?
Yes.
Further up the page. You reply, of course, we can look at the provided data, but it will take some time to trawl through the potential number of events. The comment in the trail below, we have Helen Rose on standby to decipher the data, and this will be her priority, implies that they would like to do the trawl themselves. What did you mean by that?
It means that they wanted to go through the events themselves.
I.e. they didn't want analysis.
They didn't want to filtered.
The filters by you.
Correct.
And then further up the page, please. Ms Thomas says, we as a matter of course check all system events before returning transaction records to the Post Office. Is that the exercise that you have just described to us?
Yes.
Their trawl is to do with transaction records. And so she's essentially saying, no, you still need to do the filtering first.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
Their trawl is to do with transaction records, which I'm sure you're aware is a totally different kettle of fish. And then further up the page, the peak numbers are set out, and there's a lot of senior management focus on this request from both Fujitsu and Post Office, so please treat it as a priority. And so is this just another example of the SSC that can come down, thank you, being asked to review ARQ data and filter it?
The events, yes.
Yes, the events. Albeit this is on the hurry up.
Yes.
And so the request that's included in that email is something that the SSC was undertaking routinely, analysing events data and filtering it in any event.
Correct.
So we've got to the situation, is this right, Mr. Simpkins, where you say, in order to look at the health of the system from a postmaster's perspective, you would not use the filtered ARQ data to do so?
If I was taking a call from a postmaster, correct.
But then what's provided to the post office is the ARQ, the filtered ARQ data.
Correct.
Were those two worlds ever compared with each other? I wouldn't look at that data if I wanted properly to investigate the health of the system. I'm going to provide that data to the post office.
I don't know about how the ARQ process was designed or created or agreed with the post office. The filtering of the events is effectively something I would be doing if a call came in from a sub-postmaster. I would go through the events that's happened in the data centre to see if I could see anything that may have affected them. So that filtering of events is kind of something I would do if I had a call from a sub-postmaster. The ARQ, the selection of attributes to return to the sub-postmaster, I don't know how that got agreed.
But you just did it because it was part of your function?
No, sorry. The events bit, we're talking about the events part, that is something I would do anyway if I had a normal call. So that's I'm totally happy with that. The other parts, the transactional part and the message store filtering, we didn't do, and I don't know how that got agreed with between Fujitsu and the post office about what form they wanted that ARQ in.
Got it, understood. Can we turn to a new topic, please, which is remote access? Can we start by looking at FUJ 08 8036? Now, I asked you some detailed questions about this on the last occasion, and so I'm not going to go over all of what you said, but just want to refresh in our minds what you said about it, please. So this is an outline of the secure system support, the secure support system of the 2nd of August 2002. Can you see that?
Yes.
And if we look at further down on page 1, we can see that one of the approval authorities is Mr. Peach, the SSC manager, right at the foot of the page. Yes?
Yes.
And then over the page to the second page, in the second box down, we can see that reviewers included Mr. Peach. Just scroll down a little bit, please. Thank you. We can see that reviewers included Mr. Peach and Mr. Parker. Can you see that?
Yes.
And if we can go, please, to page 13. The document describes some areas of concern at 4.1. There are two major areas of concern with the current support processes. Second line support does not have the tools necessary to perform their function. And then this third line and operational support organisations' access to the live system is not fully audited and in some cases is unrestricted in the actions that can be carried out. That's describing that second point there, the position in the SSC, is that right?
Yes, at that time, yes.
And then at 4.1.2, we just scroll down a little bit. Thank you. Third line support staff receive repeat instances of calls that should have been filtered out by second line. Current practices were developed on a needs-must basis. Third line support diagnosticians had no alternative other than to adopt the approach taken given the needs to support the deployed Horizon solution. The consequences of limited audit and system access afforded to third line support staff provide the opportunity to commit fraudulent acts, maliciously or inadvertently affect the stability of the new network banking and debit card online services. In addition, a complete audit would allow pathway to defend SSC against accusations of fraud and misuse. And then on to page 15, please.
I did also comment on this last time and say I don't agree with the commit fraudulent act when I was last here.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
4.3.2 at the top of the page, please. Describing third line support. All support access to the Horizon systems is from physically secure areas. Individuals in the support process undergo more frequent security vetting checks. Other than the above, controls are vested in manual procedures requiring managerial sign-off, controlling access to post office counters where update of data is required. Otherwise, third line support has unrestricted and unaudited privileged access, system admin to all systems, including post office counter PCs, and the ability to distribute diagnostic information outside of the secure environment. This information can include personal data, business-sensitive data, and cryptographic information. Current support practices were developed on a needs-must basis. Third-line support diagnosticians had no alternative other than to adopt the approach taken, given the need to support the deployed Horizon solution. There are no automatic controls in place to audit and restrict user access. This exposes Fujitsu to the following potential risks: opportunity for financial fraud, operational risk, errors as a result of manual actions causing loss of service to outlets, and infringements of the Data Protection Act. Is what is described there in paragraph 4.3.2 accurate as representing the position in August 2002?
I don't agree with the opportunity for financial fraud. Otherwise, and the cryptographic key information we didn't have access to.
It is overall what is being described here. The facility for third line support to have remote access to the Horizon system.
We had remote access to the live system.
It includes that this is unrestricted and unaudited access. Is that accurate?
There were definitely events written whenever we connected. So at this time we used some software called Our Client to connect.
Capital R, capital C,
Correct.
client, yeah.
Yeah, yes, Our Client. And it would have written Windows events when we connected to the counters or data centers. It would have also, before we got there, as I said, we connected a data center. That would have also been audited as well. So it's not unaudited, but I don't believe it would show you who connected, which of person.
When you say it's not unaudited, it's not unauditable, is that right?
It says unaudited privileged access.
Yes, what you've just described is that the situation was that it could have been audited.
Yes.
Was it in fact audited?
I don't know.
Was it unrestricted?
Yes, I believe we had admin access, which is effectively the highest level.
Do you know why Mr. Peach would have authorised the issuing of this document, and Mr. Peach and Mr. Parker would have reviewed the document and let things remain in it that, in your view, are not accurate?
I can't comment about that, I'm afraid. I can just give you my...
Sorry?
I cannot comment about their review process. I can just give you mine.
For how long did what's described in this document remain the position after August 2002?
I did a little research when I saw this in my pack, and I found a peak that said was defining in July 2003 the new SSH, open SSH was being used, and there was a peak on an issue the SSE had with it. So we were definitely using it by July 2003.
And what was the new system?
So the new system used something called open SSH, and it allowed us to log every single key press that the third line support person made when connecting down to the counter.
When you say it allowed you to,
it was.
It was.
The software was recording every single key press to an auditable file.
So that was in place from at least July 2003?
Yeah, I'm sure you could probably find out once you know what release package that went under, you should be able to find out the exact date. But as I say, I found that peak, and so I know it was working from July 2003.
Was it recognised within the SSC at this time that the privileged access that the 25 odd members of the SSC had was an uncomfortable position to be in?
Probably when it was pointed out, because support wouldn't know what operating system login and everything else around us was in place. We were told, how can you connect to the counter? This is how you connect to the counter. This is how you do your job. When it was pointed out, I imagine, yes, we would be uncomfortable with it. The new version gave us better wrapper around our commands. So we actually had more facilities with the new OpenSSH. We had a Sigwin shell down there which we connected to, and it was nicer for support to use overall.
Can we move forwards 8 years or so until October 2010 and look at poll 0011 7863, please? This is a document that isn't dated, but from other evidence looks to have been created for the purposes of a meeting held at the beginning of October 2010. And we can see that there are 4 Fujitsu employees attending or proposed to attend the meeting, and they include you. Can you see that?
Yes, I presume this was created by Post Office, so they got my role incorrect.
Because it records you as being a member of security.
Correct.
Unfortunately, the document is not authored, and as I've said, not dated. Did you in fact attend this meeting?
I can't remember.
Let's look at what is recorded, and this seems to be a note prepared for the purposes of a meeting rather than a record of the meeting.
Okay.
What's the issue? And the chairman's very familiar with this document. I want to use it for a purpose different than that which it is usually used for. What's the issue? Discrepancies showing at the horizon counter disappear when the branch follows certain process steps, but still show within the back-end branch account, currently impacting around 40 branches since migration onto with an overall cash value of around £20,000 loss. This issue will only occur if a branch cancels the completion of the trading period, but within the same session continues to roll into a new balance period. So overall, would you agree that that describes what has been, what is known as the receipts and payments mismatch bug?
Yes, I commented on this last time I was here as well. One of my
I don't think you commented on this document last time.
No, I did comment on the receipts and payments. I think it was when the corporate representatives asked me questions. Yes. And one clarification I made at that time was that this is visible to the sub-postmaster. So it's visible on the balance report they print out, because there's a difference between receipts and payments. And it's also visible when they roll the branch trading statement, because they will get a non-zero trading position. And that seems to have not been picked up from when I was last here, because it's been referred to as they can't see this. I've got some peaks where I can demonstrate the sub-postmaster got that non-zero trading position, rang in, and were told it's related to this, and that it's with Post Office and they know about it.
If we go to page 2, please. And look a third of the way down, the part that I think is emboldened. Note the branch will not get a prompt from the system to say that there is a receipts and payment mismatch. Therefore, the branch will believe they've balanced correctly. Is that accurate?
Yes, at a point in time. So what happens is you're rolling your stock unit. You go to roll the stock unit and you get a discrepancy warning. You cancel, you go back to the previous screen. Then you carry on anyway, and it's lost that discrepancy, and you have a receipts and payments mismatch, but because you're past the trial balance, it doesn't tell you. That's this point. It does print it out. Later, you'll roll your branch, which is all the stock units added together. That takes all the stock units and realises they don't add up. That's when you get the non-zero trading position error reported to the sub-postmaster.
So they'll see that there's an error, but they won't know the cause of it.
They will see it's the receipts, and it's basically telling you the receipts and payments for all your stock units do not add up to zero.
Moving down to the impact, the branch has appeared to have balanced, whereas in fact they could have a loss or a gain. Accurate?
Correct.
Our accounting systems will be out of sync with what's recorded at the branch, correct?
That's Post Office's side. I believe that's correct. I couldn't tell you.
If widely known, could cause a loss of confidence in the horizon system by branches. The potential impact on ongoing legal cases where the branches are disputing the integrity of horizon data. It could provide branches ammunition to blame horizon for future discrepancies. Were these concerns of yours, those last three?
No.
They were concerns of other people at the meeting, were they, presumably?
Presumably who called the meeting, yes.
Over the page, please. Top of the page, receipts and payments mismatch will result in an error code being generated, which will allow Fujitsu to isolate branches affected by this problem, although this is not seen by the branches. Accurate?
As I say, again, it's twice it tells them. Once on the stock unit balance report, it's got the mismatch on that report, and when they roll the branch, it will tell them.
So that's inaccurate?
Yes.
That tends to suggest this was written by the post office, have asked Fujitsu why it's taken so long to react to an escalating issue which began in May. Are they going to get back to you? Are they going to get back to the post office? Fujitsu are writing a code fix which will stop the discrepancy disappearing from Horizon in future. They're aiming to deliver this into test week of the 4th of October. Code fix will stop the issue occurring in future, but it will not fix any current mismatch at branch. Accurate?
Yes.
Proposals for affected branches. If we go down, please, and look at solutions 1, 2, and 3. There are 3 potential solutions to apply to the impacted branches. The recommendation is that 2 should be adopted. Solution 1, alter Horizon branch figure at the counter to show the discrepancy. Fujitsu would have to manually write an entry value to the local branch account. And under risk, this has significant data integrity concerns and could lead to questions of tampering with the branch system and could generate questions around how the discrepancy was caused. This solution could have moral implications of post office changing branch data without informing the branch. So does that reflect the fact that at this time in October 2010, Fujitsu had the ability to manually write entries into local branch accounts, and that would not be visible to the sub-postmaster?
So this is HNGX, so this is the branch database. So Fujitsu could make updates to the branch database.
Without the sub-postmaster knowing about it?
Yes.
And so in that sense, it would be covert, wouldn't it?
If you don't tell someone about it, I guess that is...
Yes, it would be completely invisible to the sub-postmaster that Fujitsu had been inserting values into their accounts.
Yes, it could be invisible if it does say that if they've already rolled, then there's going to be, they would have already known that there was issues. But yes, you could not see potentially us inserting an update into a database. That is totally separate from the counter. And so
as at October 2010, Fujitsu retained the facility of remote access to write entry values to local branch accounts covertly without a sub-postmaster knowing.
It's not remote access. We're in the data center. So it's the branch database where this change will take place in HNGX.
But nonetheless, the facility to write entries into accounts which have the effect of changing financial information covertly, i.e. without the sub-postmaster knowing it has even occurred.
Yes.
So I'm not looking about whether it was done, and whether it was revealed or not. I'm just saying this is a record for a different purpose of showing that that facility remained.
It is a different facility, obviously, because we're now talking about a database update in the branch database. We're not talking about accessing a counter at all. So the counter's records are now held centrally, and we are talking about updating it in the branch database. But yes, that is there is the possibility of a database update, and if you don't communicate that to sub-postmaster, you're making a database update, then that is correct.
There's nothing else I want to ask about this document. We've trawled over it with other people a lot, other than which solution, 1, 2 or 3, was adopted?
I don't believe we definitely didn't do any updates to the database, so I don't know which option. I think don't do anything was probably whether they updated the poll SAP systems. I can't tell you, that's Post Office.
So you can't recall out of solutions 2 and 3 which was adopted?
No.
Thank you. Can we move on, please, to poll 0002 9791? This is a document that we think dates from 2014. If we just go to page 10, please. We can see that the facility has been used to record who made the changes and the dates that they made them. Can you see that?
Yes.
Hence why I'm suggesting that it's 2014 to, in fact, December 2014. Back to page 1, please. It's part of the review and mediation scheme, correspondence essentially between the Post Office and Second Sight. The document records that Second Sight has asked, can Post Office or Fujitsu edit transaction data without the knowledge of a sub-postmaster? And then if we go to the foot of the page, please. This document has been prepared with the assistance of Fujitsu and the Post Office IT and C team. Both have approved the document as being accurate. Were you part of the group of people from Fujitsu who helped to prepare the document?
No, I don't believe so.
Have you ever seen the document before other than in preparation for this case?
No.
For this inquiry?
No.
Just go to the back to the top of the page, please. Phrasing the question in this way, that's can the Post Office remotely access Horizon, does not address the issue that's of concern to Second Sight and applicants. It refers generically to Horizon, but more particularly is about the transaction data recorded on Horizon. Also, the word access means the ability to read transaction data without editing it. Post Office Fujitsu has always been able to access transaction data. However, it is the alleged capacity of Post Office and Fujitsu to edit transaction data that appears to be of concern. It's always been known that Post Office can post additional correcting transaction to a branch's account in ways that are visible to sub-postmasters, i.e. Cs and TAs. It's the potential for any hidden method of editing that's of concern. In the light of these issues, Second Sight and Post Office have agreed the above reformulation of the question to be addressed, i.e. can Post Office or Fujitsu edit transaction data without the knowledge of a sub-postmaster? If you had been asked that question, can Post Office or Fujitsu edit transaction data without the knowledge of a sub-postmaster, your answer would be yes, wouldn't it?
I would say Fujitsu would be able to without the correct controls.
Fujitsu could, but Post Office can't.
I can't see how Post Office can.
Yet the answers given, in summary, Post Office confirms that neither it nor Fujitsu can edit transaction data without the knowledge of a sub-postmaster. That's just wrong, isn't it?
This is H&X, so yes, it is possible with a DBA or sufficient access to a database to update the database.
So just answer my question.
Sorry.
That sentence, in summary, neither Post Office nor Fujitsu can edit transaction data without the knowledge of a sub-postmaster is wrong, isn't it?
I believe so.
over the page, please, to page 2. And just under the bullet points, next to line or edit 9, a sentence which begins, "There's no functionality." Can you see that? Thank you. There's no functionality in Horizon for either a branch, post office of Fujitsu to edit, manipulate, or remove a transaction once it's been recorded in a branch's accounts. That's wrong as well, isn't it, insofar as it concerns Fujitsu?
It's the functionality. In basic functionality, we did have the the transaction correction tool, which we used once, and I would call that functionality in Horizon. The fact that it is a database and a DBA could have access to it is not functionality in Horizon, if that makes sense.
So overall, you wouldn't, if you had seen that sentence, you would say that is incorrect.
The functionality, if basic functionality that is correct, you can only add using the correction tool. As a DBA, you could have access to a database.
Thank you.
And update it.
That can come down, thank you. I think it's right that you didn't give evidence about remote access or any evidence in the group litigation order proceedings in the High Court. Is that right?
That's correct.
But you told us on the last occasion that you and other colleagues in the SSC provided information to the solicitors, as you said.
That's correct.
Was that the solicitors for the post office?
Yes.
And what information did you provide the solicitors to the post office?
We were asked many questions, I believe, mainly about peaks and about KELS, about how the system worked.
Did you openly discuss the existence of KELS with the solicitors for the post office?
I wrote a program to export them all to files so they could have a copy.
And why were you in the group litigation proceedings?
Probably two reasons. I wrote Peak and I maintain the SSC website with the KELS, the work instructions, etc. So therefore I'm the person to export from those. We are part of SSC and therefore a technical unit with knowledge of how the system works. And Steve was given witness evidence. And
was there a stage when you were going to be used as a witness?
I was asked if I would like to, and I declined.
And you declined. Why did you decline?
I didn't want to. No,
why not?
They actually asked me if I would like to, and I said no.
And why didn't you want to give evidence?
I was not comfortable giving evidence.
Why were you uncomfortable?
Because it's not in my skill set to give evidence.
Or was it the substance of the evidence that you might give?
No, I'm happy with lots of questions and answering questions. That's my daily role. I'm more than happy to do that. I don't like the environment.
You told us on the last occasion you were aware of a discussion at the time of the group litigation about the suitability of Gareth Jenkins as a witness. And was that to his suitability to give evidence as a witness in the group litigation?
No, I don't think I commented on his suitability.
Was that therefore a discussion about his past suitability as a witness?
Yes, I think. So could you go through the question again?
Yes. You told us on the last occasion that you were aware of discussion at the time of the group litigation about the suitability of Gareth Jenkins as a witness. And I'm asking, is that his suitability as a witness to give evidence in the group litigation, or his past suitability as a witness to give evidence in other proceedings?
No, he's definitely more than capable of giving evidence. He knows his subject extremely well. That was, I think, in reference to a document I'd seen about the Post Office talking about his suitability.
So was there a discussion in the run-up to the group litigation trials about Mr. Jenkins' suitability to give evidence as a witness?
I can't recall that. He'd be absolutely fine doing that, from what I know of him.
Wherefore was the discussion about then?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but while Mr. Simpkins is thinking, I haven't got him on the screen. No, I have. Thank you.
Thank you. What was the discussion about then?
I cannot recall what the discussion was about, because he would be the perfect person to give evidence.
Why did Mr. Parker end up giving evidence about, amongst other things, remote access? And not the perfect person, Mr. Jenkins?
Mr. Jenkins is the architect. Mr. Parker is the support manager. I presume he was told to put it in his witness statement.
Told by who?
I would say the Post Office lawyers.
So who was this discussion between about the suitability of Gareth Jenkins as a witness?
I'm not totally sure.
What was the outcome of the discussion? That he should give evidence or shouldn't give evidence?
I always think Mr. Jenkins should give evidence. He knows.
Do you know why he didn't give evidence in the group litigation?
No, you would have to ask.
Did you contribute to the drafting of Mr. Parker's witness statements?
Yes.
Why did you contribute to the drafting of Mr. Parker's witness statements to the High Court?
Because he asked me to.
Did you provide comments or instructions to the Post Office solicitors on the evidence that Richard Roll, a whistleblower, had given about the facility of Fujitsu to have remote access?
I almost certainly provided comments. I think I provided comments on several witness statements.
Why was it then that Mr. Parker was the witness who was selected to give evidence?
I expect he provided comments as well.
Can we look, please, at FUJ 0008 3835? This is the first of Mr. Parker's witness statements to the High Court. You'll see there are some uncontroversial introductory remarks, and on page 2, paragraph 8, he begins a section of his statement commenting on Mr. Richard Roll's witness statement dated the 11th of July 2016. And paragraph 9, further description of essentially the difference between Legacy and Horizon Online. And then paragraph 10, please. Comments on Mr. Roll's work. And then over the page, please, to paragraph 11. In his statement, Mr. Roll suggests there were frequent instances of software problems in Horizon that had an impact on branch transaction data and which Fujitsu resolved remotely, i.e. Not in a branch, not by merely changing the software, but by frequently changing branch transaction data, by injecting new transaction data, and by editing or deleting transaction data without informing branches that such actions were being taken. Those suggestions are incorrect, and Mr. Roll's account is inaccurate and misleading. Did you contribute to the drafting of that paragraph?
No, but I agree with it.
You agree with what is said?
I agree that we didn't make frequent changes. I went through the OCPs and OCRs that we use to recall such things. And I think in 10 years I've found evidence of 28 financial remote changes. And I also disagree that we didn't tell the sub-postmasters. I've only ever seen one peak where I think that that was mentioned.
Forward to paragraph 16, please. Mr. Parker says it was and is theoretically possible for there to be a software problem which could cause a financial impact in branches, but this was and is extremely rare, and Horizon's countermeasures were and are very likely to pick such matters up. In my experience, these problems have always represented a very small proportion of the issues which led to software changes, very small proportion of the overall issues dealt with by the SSC. Did you contribute to the drafting of that paragraph?
No.
Was it only theoretically possible for software problems to cause financial impacts in branches?
No, we had evidence through the peaks.
So it wasn't just theoretically possible, it had actually happened?
Correct.
Page 4, paragraph 18, please. In Legacy Horizon, it was possible for data in particular counters in a branch to become inconsistent with replicated copies. And Mr. Roll appears to be describing this in paragraph 17 of his statement. In that situation, there could be remote management by Fujitsu to correct the problem, but branch transaction data was not changed in any way. As explained below, the workaround involved replicating the correct data from another counter in the affected branch or from the data center copy. Did you contribute to the drafting of that paragraph?
No.
Is what is said in the second sentence, there could be remote management by Fujitsu, but branch transaction data was not changed in any way, accurate or inaccurate?
I think we're talking about maroon transactions here, which was what we covered in my witness statement 3. And you would not change the data that you recover from a maroon transaction apart from making it so it doesn't clash with any new transactions entered.
Paragraph 19, please. The suggestion that Fujitsu edited or deleted transaction data is not correct. In Legacy Horizon, it was not possible to delete or edit messages that had been committed to the message store. Did you contribute to the drafting of that paragraph?
I don't believe so, no.
Is what is said in the first sentence there accurate or inaccurate?
That is accurate. Once it's been inserted and replicated, then you cannot edit or delete, you only add.
Paragraph 20, please. In fact, we needn't go on to paragraph 20. Do you know that that can come down, thank you. Mr. Parker made a second witness statement in which he climbed down from some of the things that he said in his first?
I believe he did make a second. I can't remember what was in it.
Well, in particular, given the constraints of time, I'm not going to go through it all with you. He says that in his witness statement, Mr. Roll describes a process by which transactions could be inserted via an individual branch counter by using the correspondence server to piggyback through the gateway. That's a correct description of a form of remote access, isn't it?
Yes, because once you've inserted the message into the correspondence server, it will be replicated down to the counter.
Do you know why that did not appear in Mr. Parker's evidence to the court in his first witness statement?
No, I don't.
Were you providing instructions and information to Mr. Parker on which he made his witness statements, 1 and 2?
I definitely commented. He emailed me and asked me for comments, so I definitely commented. I wouldn't say I provided instructions. I would never instruct him.
Do you know why Mr. Parker did not mention this form of remote access in his first witness statement?
No, I don't.
Was that the subject of discussion with you?
I don't know, actually, whether I commented on it during one of my comments on his witness statement, but I'm sorry, I could not tell you.
Do you know why a witness statement that was addressing the topic of remote access did not volunteer this form of remote access that was available to Fujitsu at all?
No, I don't know.
Yes, thank you. So those are the questions that I will wish to ask.
Are there questions from co-participants?
I'm just looking for a third shake of the head and a fourth no. No, there aren't, sir.
So that completes the questioning.
Yes, it
Well,
does.
thank you, Mr. Simpkins, for returning to the inquiry, for providing 2 further witness statements, and for answering Mr. Beer's questions this morning and early this afternoon. I'm grateful to you.
Thank you, sir.
So might we adjourn till 2:05, please?
Certainly, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, thank you very much.
May we please call Mr. Barnes?
I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the
and
truth.
nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Could you confirm your full name, please, Mr. Barnes?
Gerald James Barnes.
Thank you for coming to the inquiry to assist it in its work. As you know, I will be asking you questions on behalf of the inquiry. You should have in front of you hard copies of 2 witness statements in your name in a bundle. The first is at tab A of that bundle and is dated the 30th of August 2023. If you could turn, please, to page 23 of that, please.
Right, yes, yes.
Do you have a copy with a visible signature?
Yes, I do, yes.
And is that your signature?
It is my signature, yes.
The second statement is at tab A2 of that bundle and is dated the 19th of December 2023. If you could turn to page 13 of that statement, please.
Right, yes.
Is there also a visible signature on that copy?
There is, yes.
Is that your signature?
It is my signature, yes.
Are the contents of your statements true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, that they are, yes.
For the purposes of the transcript, the references for Mr. Barnes' first statement is WITN 098-70100, and the reference for the second statement is WITN 098-70200. Mr. Barnes, I will not be asking you about every aspect of the statements that you have provided, which will be provided on and published on the inquiry website in due course. I will instead be asking about certain specific issues which are addressed in them. Starting, please, with the relevant roles you have held with Fujitsu Services Limited over the years you have spent in its employment. In broad terms, you have been a software developer with Fujitsu since 1998, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you remain employed by Fujitsu?
That is correct, yes.
You explain in your first statement that your first job with Fujitsu involved looking after a database of reports produced by post office clerks, is that right?
That's right, yes.
And you then became involved in supporting the electronic point of sale service, or EPOS, software for transacting at the counter and balancing, as well as looking after related reports.
That's correct, yes.
Can you recall the year in which you became involved in supporting EPOS software?
Not exactly, no. But pretty soon, I think. I got to grips with the reports and got that all under control, and the designer in the team thought, probably about time to give me some more work to do too, because I kept doing the reports, I kept that all under control, but I had sort of automated it and got it more moderately streamlined, so I had time to do other work, and I think that's when I started looking at other things.
So was it within the first year that you joined Fujitsu, if you joined in 1998?
That's pretty moderately soon, I would say. I just can't remember exact dates.
And whilst you were in this role, you did an evening class in bookkeeping, is that right?
Yes, that's when I started looking at this balancing, and I found that very, very interesting. So yes, in my own time, I got some accounting qualifications just because I just found it so interesting. That's why.
You give some examples of software which you developed at paragraph 6 of your first statement. Could we have that on screen, please? It is page 2 of WITN 098-70100. At paragraph 6, you say, I remember writing a component called Operation Launch.
Yes, I mean, there's quite a few things I did, but that was certainly one of them. That was when we were starting looking at sales with debit cards and credit cards. Yes, that was a part of that project.
And you say it was to facilitate the use of those credit and debit cards.
That's right, yes.
Which were being that was being introduced in the earlier version of the Horizon system, Legacy Horizon.
That's right, yes, that's correct, yes.
And you go on to give another example of software you wrote at paragraph 6, and you say this, I also remember writing the migration software that enabled a counter to transition from using Isha's Riposte software platform to the new system known as HNGX or Horizon Online. Because of this piece of work, I believe I was the last member of the EPOS Riposte team, which was a large team during the time of Legacy Horizon. Just pausing there, you say it was a large team. Can you remember how large your team was?
Not precisely, but 10 or 20 maybe. I couldn't give you an exact figure.
You deal at paragraph 7 of your statement with the circumstances in which you moved to the audit team, and you say this, in 2009 or thereabouts, whilst supporting the migration software for the remaining counters to transition to HNGX, I also started looking at the audit system in HNGX, which was a completely new area for me. It was around this time that I joined the audit team. I recall that there was already an audit system in Legacy Horizon for Riposte that I knew little about then. When I joined the team, this audit system was being rewritten as part of the transition to HNGX. For this reason, I have limited experience and knowledge regarding the systems and processes relating to audit and ARQs in relation to Legacy Horizon. It's right, isn't it, that the audit team was and remains responsible for providing to the Post Office, when requested to do so, audit data retrieved from the audit servers for the purposes of Post Office investigation of and criminal, civil or disciplinary action against sub-postmasters, their assistants and managers, and those employed by the Post Office. Is that right?
That's partly true, but they have queries for very many other reasons why you want to look at historic data, but certainly that's one of the reasons, yes.
And you have remained in the audit team since you joined in around 2009, is that right?
That's right. I've done a few other things as well when things have been slack, but I've always been responsible for the audit software and still am, in fact.
Turning, please, to the point at which you began supporting the EPOS software, when you took up this role, were you aware that an EPOS task force had been established in August 1998 to address the escalating number of pinnacles being raised, which led the task force reporting significant deficiencies in the EPOS product, its code, and its design?
No, in fact, I'm not aware of that. I certainly wasn't aware of that then, and not even sure I'm aware of it until you just told me.
Do you recall the rollout of Legacy Horizon?
Not the rollout, I don't think, because it would have already started rolling out before I joined, but there were numerous further releases, improved releases all the time.
Do you recall ever being made aware of an acceptance incident in around July 1999, which related to accounts not balancing sufficiently or at all?
I'm aware of quite a few non-balancing issues. Can you be more specific in giving me some pointer to this particular one? Is there a page reference or?
So at this stage, I'm referring to an acceptance incident
Right.
in the course of the negotiation of the rollout of Legacy Horizon. Do you remember being told about an acceptance incident that related to balancing?
Not specifically. I might have been, but I can't be specific.
You have fairly recently been provided by the inquiry with a number of documents relating to your involvement in reported issues with Legacy Horizon. I'd like to ask you, please, about a number of those documents. Could we have on screen, please, document reference POL 000-28747? This is a peak incident management system log. The call reference is at the top left of the document, PC 0059497, and at the top right we see you identified as the call logger. At the risk of stating the obvious, does that mean that you logged the call to which this log relates?
I think it means I cloned the call. Well, yes, I did, but it's a call type clone call. I assume, although I can't remember for sure, that there must have been an existing peak which I then cloned for some reason, and that's why I became the call logger.
Can you help, please, with what a cloned call is?
Oh, it's just when you have peaks, and for some reason or other, you might want to have a copy so that one is used for one purpose in resolving issues and another copy is used for another issue in resolving issues. And so you clone it, so you've got two of them, and then one might take one path and the other might take another path. For example, if you've got two releases going on and you want an urgent fix to go out to live in the first, but you've got to catch it up in software being developed for the follow-on release, then you'd need two, one for the live and one for the follow-on release. That's just one example. I mean, there are others.
The first entry on the log shows the call was made on the 20th of November 2000 at 13:19, and the entry at 13:20 says this: receipts versus payments difference at 154004 for CAP 34. This is not a migration issue. This outlet has no other open calls on PowerHelp. Please investigate and confirm if this is a CI3 or CI4 office. If this is a CI4 office, this may be a new problem. Was this your entry or not?
No, that's customer call. That wouldn't have been something I added. That would be that would be someone else's entry. My entries would always have my name, where it's got user underbar, customer call underbar. My entries would always be user Gerald Barnes.
Going over the page, please. Towards the bottom of the page, there is an entry dated the 8th of December 2000, timed at 12:33. If we could zoom in a little on that, please. And here is an example of just that, user Gerald Barnes. So is this an entry made by you?
Yes, this would definitely be yes.
And this says, new evidence added, messages produced when stock unit 008 was rolled, a F response. Can you help with 008?
Oh, well, that's just the name of the stock unit. So all the stock units are given different names, and that's just one of the names. So, I mean, it could be anything really. It's just the name of the stock unit. So, I mean, in an office, well, if it's a very small office, you might only have one stock unit, but you could have more than one or many. In a very big office, you have many stock units.
And you say here, this is another case of transactions being dropped. At CI3_2R, this happens with no error logged. At CI4L1 and above, it is often the case that an error will be reported to the user, and in such cases. Can you help with what you were referring to by CI3_2R?
Right, these are just the names of the releases. So, well, I mean, I can't remember in detail, but in general, each release rolled out of the EPOS software would have some reference number, and although I can't remember that far back, these must have been the references to the various releases.
You go on, I will have another look at M1 rollover and see if any further improvements can be made in error trapping to catch other riposte errors. You refer in this entry to this being another case of transactions being dropped. Is it fair to say, therefore, that this was an issue which you knew was not an isolated one?
Well, we're going back in time a long way, but I didn't write all this cash account software myself originally, but I did spend a lot of time looking at the code and looking at peaks and trying to improve it. So it sounds like I could see another place where it could be improved. In this case, to try and make the error handling better than it was before.
But this issue of transactions being dropped, you're referring to that as being another case.
Yes.
So transactions being dropped, this isn't, it seems, an isolated case of that.
Yes, well, from what I wrote, it must be right. Yes, I can't specifically remember that far back, but I've written what I've written, so yes, it must be the case that I've spotted this before.
Is it right on the face of your entry here that this was a problem caused by a riposte error?
Oh, that's right. That's right. So the basic riposte errors should, if they go wrong, they have their own error mechanism which you should be able to catch. And I think what I'm saying is that the errors weren't being caught properly. That's what I'm saying. So they could have failed and not be noticed. Though I've subsequently discovered, actually, you tend to get what's called an event written to the event log always. So one of these riposte calls failing, although it might not be caught in the software, typically it would go to the Windows event log, you get something, a red event there. So after the event, you would be able to spot these things by checking the Windows event log, but the software itself did not catch the errors. And in my view, that's much better if the software itself catches the errors and reports back. The ideal case, if it was really written perfectly from the word go, anything goes wrong when the postmaster rolls over the stock unit, you should have a message is logged somewhere in the event log, doesn't matter where, somewhere, and a clear message reported to the postmaster, this has gone wrong, please contact the help desk. That's how ideally it should all work, but at this time it wasn't like that.
And being specific, this error, where it occurred at CI13-2R, did not result in an error message coming up for the user. That's what you're suggesting.
That's what it says, so I suppose that's right. Yes, I mean, I can't really remember that far back in detail, but that's what I've written.
So if it happened and appeared as a misbalance to the user, is it right that it would require further investigation of the message store, or depending on the timings of the investigation, the audit data, to explore whether an error in Horizon was to blame?
That's right, yes, that's right.
What if the user did not report the issue and there was therefore no investigation?
If the user didn't report, well, I mean, then it goes unnoticed. But if there will be some sort of error if I suppose it's always possible. Nothing's noticed, I suppose. But yes, it won't unless the user reports something. Then we're not going to know about it, I would say.
You say in your entry that at CI 4L1 and above, it is often the case that an error will be reported to the user.
It looks like things were improved then, yes.
You say often, but not always.
Yes, that's right. That's right. I think that's probably right.
In the context of a balancing problem, a failure in error reporting is a significant problem, isn't it?
Definitely, I would say absolutely, yes. Yeah, definitely.
Going over the page, please. There is another entry made by you dated the 11th of December, which is 3 entries down. If we can zoom in a little, please. And you appear to record that a fix was implemented. Was this a fix that was carried out by you, can you say?
Doesn't say explicitly there. It's the sort of thing I'm likely to be involved with, but I can't say for sure one way or it might have been another developer. It is not explicit, is it? I can't remember this event well enough to be able to be assertive on my response there, other than what's written. So might have been me, might have been another developer.
2 entries down on the 18th of December. We can see an entry from Clifford Sawdy. He notes that there is no specific test which can be performed to prove a fix for the original problem regarding missing transactions. And then there is an entry on the 17th of January 2001, which says this: we've run through complete M1 test cycles and subsequent stock unit rollover and cash account testing as described above by Cliff and have been unable to reproduce this error, suggest this is now closed. And then finally an entry on the 18th of January, starting at the bottom of the page, going over to the next, please. And it says closing call as fixed at future release date, PM has not been informed. Why would the postmaster not be informed about the outcome of the investigation?
I couldn't answer that question. That I was 4th line support. This would be some higher up level of support. I don't know the answer to that question.
There are no further entries on this log to evidence any further check to ensure the problem, which had not been reproduced by testing by this point, would not be an issue in future releases. We can't see any evidence of that, can we?
That's right. Well, I think, it's a long time ago, but my guess is that it was some sort of intermittent problem and therefore very difficult to test. You can't really, if it's some intermittent failure, you can't really, it's very difficult to, the best they could do is regression test everything. And if someone, which might have been me, has just simply improved the error handling in some area, all that means is that next time this intermittent problem comes up, you would have more evidence than before the improvement in error handling.
At the time, did you recognise the implications of an error in riposte or otherwise causing a discrepancy in the accounts of a branch without the user in branch being aware of that error?
I don't think I would have thought about it. These were just technical issues to me, which I did my very, very best to fix, but I don't think my mind would go in that direction, really.
Could we have on screen, please, document reference POL 000-28750? This is a peak which appears to relate to the same call on the 20th of November 2000, which was the subject of the last peak we've just looked at. But it has an extra entry from you, and we don't have the reference to a cloned call. So is this an example of another document that records the call that's used for a different...
I don't know for sure, but possibly this is the original call, and the call you showed me first of all is cloned from it. That's possible. I don't know for sure, though, without checking it carefully.
Could we look, please, to the bottom of page 2? We see there the same entry we've just looked at. We don't need to zoom in on that, but just to show you that it is the same entry there on the 8th of December. And then over the page, please. The top entry there, also the 8th of December. If we could just zoom in a little, please. We see at the very top of the page, call PC 0058161 cloned to new call PC 0059497, and then this entry from you here at 12:38. And as already stated, this is a case of riposte system calls failing with no error being logged. At CI4L1, things are much better. The call has been cloned to improve even further still the logging of riposte system call errors in stock unit rollover. You may not be able to help at this remove, but can you help with what you meant by at CI4L1 things are much better?
Well, I can't remember the details, but presumably I wrote that because I was aware that a lot of fixes were going into CI4L1, but my memory isn't that good. I can read what I wrote, but that's all I can imagine. It was the case that, in general, we've done more peak fixes for CI4L1, the development team in general, and no doubt I helped in that too. So we thought the things would be better in that release.
It does not sound from this entry as though CI4L1 was a complete fix, does it?
Oh, no. I mean, you could never get every single bug from a system. That's just, you do your best, but it's just impossible. There's always bound to be some bugs in systems.
Turning, please, to your knowledge of later issues with Legacy Horizon, could we have on screen, please, FUJ 000-90436? You refer in your statement at paragraph 6 to your involvement in Operation Launch, and we've looked at that reference, which you say related to facilitating the use of credit and debit cards in relation to Legacy Horizon. This appears to be a report relating to Operation Launch. The release referenced is BI3S70. We can see you're listed as the originator and department. Were you the author of this document?
Yes, I think so. That's when you say, yes, I think so, yes.
The document is dated, looking to the top right-hand corner, 12th of January 2005. And could we turn, please, to page 6 of this document? Under the heading Non-Functional Tests and the subheading Performance, we have this: pool-paged bytes for both desktop and riposte were monitored with Performance Monitor for 7212 cycles of the SOAP test, which meant over 14,000 operations were launched. No memory leakage was detected in the desktop at all. For riposte, the figures are given in the table below, and then you set out some figures. You say this is much more likely to be a problem with riposte than with Operation Launch, since Operation Launch shares its memory with the desktop. And then over the page, please. There is summary of problems found. The only possible problem found was that riposte may have a memory leak. It is considered beyond the scope of this module test to progress this further. Can you help, please, with what you mean by a memory leak?
Right, well, this is something you've got to look out in software development. Sometimes you allocate memory dynamically for some temporary period of time, and then you've always got to be sure to delete the memory block when you've finished with it. If you don't, you can end up with a memory leak where your program just starts using more and more memory until eventually you run out of memory. So you've always got, if you're testing something thoroughly, you should always test for memory leaks. Make sure your new component doesn't have any memory leaks.
And what were the implications of a memory leak for the functioning of riposte?
Oh, well, I don't think the figures were that big a memory leak. So as long as it's small, you can get away with it. It's only if you have a big memory leak that you have real serious issues. As long as it's just some small problem, then you can get away with that.
Could we have on screen, please, FUJ 001 54684? This is a peak log relating to a call from the National Business Support Centre on the 20th of December 2007. The log reference is PC 01-52376. And you have dealt with this peak at paragraphs 29 to 33 of your first statement. About halfway down the page, we can see a summary of the issue being raised. Starting with Ibrahim. Ibrahim from the MBSC has asked that an issue be investigated by our software team regarding discrepancies still showing when the MIS stock unit is rolled to clear the local suspense account. And then under incident history, there's some more detail. It says on Wednesday 12/12, the BM stock unit had a gain of £465.73. As this stock unit rolled over, it was forced to clear local suspense, £1,083.76. The gain of £465.73 did not go to local suspense and is not included in the £1,083.76. This was not the last stock unit to roll over. The last stock unit to roll over was MIS at 10:20 on 13/12. This stock unit had no discrepancies. MIS is a correction stock unit and was not inactive as it rolled over every BP. The suspense and final balances corroborate the above as the office has sent us copies. the trading statement agrees with the suspense account and that BM stock cleared suspense but did not send its gain to suspense, the trading position line should always show 0. Under the BM stock column, it shows 465.73. I have had a trial done on BM stock to see if this is showing the 465.73, but it is not. So the problem being reported was one of discrepancies in the account, is that right?
Yes, that's right, that's correct, yes.
And if we could go to page 3 of this document, please. There is an entry made by you on the 2nd of January 2008, that second entry down, in which you say, the fact that the EPOS code is not resilient to errors is endemic. There seems little point in fixing it in this one particular case because there will be many others to catch you out. For example, when I tried to balance with CAB's process running, I found that declaring cash failed with the same sort of error message, ! Pausing there, can you explain, please, the role which EPOS code played in relation to the error which was operating in this case?
Well, I mean, the EPOS code, that is what the stock balancing is written. It is the EPOS code, is part of, stock balancing code is part of the EPOS code, and but EPOS code is more general than that. There's lots of EPOS code. For example, just selling a stamp would be EPOS code, but also, more specifically, stock balancing would be part of the EPOS code.
Which errors was EPOS code not resilient to?
Well, it's we just spotted cases where the error handling was not as good as it could have been, which we tried to eliminate over the years. So sometimes calls to write out a message would fail silently, though, as I mentioned before, though silently to the code, you always get a red event written into the Windows event log, so the postmaster wouldn't be directly aware of the failure, but analysis of the logs after the event would show the problem. In my opinion, it would be far better if, when something like this went wrong, immediately the software should abort and the postmaster should just be told an error has occurred, please contact the help desk or something like that. So the error handling wasn't as good as it could have been if designed properly from the start, but that's not to say the evidence wasn't there to spot the problem after the event, because you would get information in the Windows event log, etc. So what I'm saying is the error handling in an ideal world could have been done much better, but nevertheless, it's not to say that it's you can't detect the problem, because you can.
And that, apologies, and that is what you're referring to, is it, when you say that the code was not resilient to errors, to the error handling process?
That's right, yes. So it's just not as good as it could have been. Ideal behaviour, any problem, log it, abort, just say to the postmaster, please contact the help desk. That would be the ideal error handling in my view.
And the reason for this, was this because there were deficiencies in the EPOS code itself?
Well, in the error handling, I mean, I thought the EPOS code was quite clever, really, but in the error handling, it wasn't done as well as it could have been done had the time been taken to do so. But I think the code itself, in programming, you have what's called the happy path. The happy path is when everything works well. In the happy path, there's no problems.
Was this view that the fact that EPOS code was not resilient to errors was endemic, a view which was held within your team at the time?
Well, I only spoke to a few colleagues about the issue. I could give you some hearsay quotes if you like, but I can't give names, I don't think.
Were there others who shared your view?
Well, the people I talked to didn't seem to think that way. For example, one colleague said, well, you've got to assume all this fundamental stuff works. You've just got to assume that. Another colleague said, well, when this all was developed in the first place, it was assumed that all the error handling would be automatically added later. So the two colleagues I informally mentioned this to didn't seem to quite share my views, to be honest. But that's not, I only didn't mention it to everyone in the entire team, though, so.
In your entry, you gave an example of trying to balance with CAB's process running and declaring cache failing with the same sort of error message. Can you explain what the CAB's process was, please?
Yes, well, it's a piece of software run each evening about 7 o'clock, which just, you have end of day markers which divide each day, and it just summarises all the transactions that go on in the day in some way. I can't remember the details beyond that, but it's just a summary of transactions that occur each day, run about 7 o'clock every evening.
You describe in your first statement at paragraph 27 that an issue relating to the CAB's process could cause potentially incorrect data to be presented to the audit system. Is that what happened here?
Yes, that's right. I mean, that's right. So because of it, the messages logged are incomplete, yes. Nothing's wrong with the audit system itself, but the data to be presented to it later would be incomplete.
You go on in your entry in this peak to say this: it may be worth passing on the general message to the HNGX team that in many cases code should always try and exit gracefully after an error and not just blunder on regardless. This is a perfect example of why. Had the balancing code exited gracefully, then if the user had tried again after CAB's process had finished working, then all would have been well. Was the effect of this, the code not exiting gracefully, that to which you refer at paragraphs 29 and 31 of your first statement, that the failure is silent?
That's right, yes. Well, silent to the postmaster. As I say, information is available in the event log. It would be available to a diagnostician looking at it, but silent to the postmaster.
Could we have paragraph 31 of Mr. Barnes's first statement on screen, please? It is page 15 of WITN 098 70100. You explain the silent failure point in this way at paragraph 31. The fact that the failure was silent was really bad error handling. Good programming practices would be to abort, i.e. for the code to stop running, with a clear error message. It is better to produce no results than incorrect results, and good error handling should be coded from the start. However, my understanding is that in peak PC 0152376, an error was written to the audit log and then processing continued. So although the operator at the post office branch would not know anything had gone wrong, a detailed analysis of the audit log after the event would have revealed the problem. This is substantially the same point, is it not, as the point which arose in the context of the riposte error under CI 13.2R in 2000, the lack of an error message, meaning that the user is not alerted to an error in the system having occurred. Would you agree that it is substantially the same point?
Yes, that's right, yes, it's the same sort of thing.
And it is arising now in 2007 into 2008. Could we have back on screen, please, FUJ 001 54684? Page 3, please. You proposed a fix to the problem on the 2nd of January 2008. And you explained it in this way, starting 4 paragraphs down in your entry. For the time being, I propose a much cheaper solution than rewriting a lot of EPOS error handling. The problem is that because of a previous peak, CAB's process writes out messages atomically. It does a start transaction quite early on, which creates the lock, then initiates writing lots of transactions with create message and persistent objects with put object, and finally really writes them with a call to end transaction, which ends the lock. If something else tries to write a transaction whilst CAB's process has things locked, then it will time out after 10 seconds. Hence, if CAB's process takes more than 10 seconds to run, you could get this sort of problem. In this case, CAB's process took 33 seconds to run, which gives a significant window of opportunity for this sort of problem to occur. I suggest addressing this matter directly by having CAB's process store all that it wants to write out to a collection and then only really write it out at the very end. In this way, the system will be locked for less than 10 seconds, and there will be no possibility of this sort of problem. Then, 2/3 of the way down the page, you deal with the impact on user. And you say benefit of making the fix. It will no longer matter if CAB's process is running when the user tries to do many sorts of different things, balancing included. What does the user have to do to get this problem? Do anything which involves writing a transaction whilst CAB's process is running after 1900 hours, when CAB's process has sufficient work to do so that it takes more than 10 seconds to run, so probably on the larger offices. So just to be clear, you were warning here that the CAB's process issue could impact upon balancing.
Oh, well, if the postmaster's working after 7 o'clock, yes, that's right. Well, or to be more precise, he's working through 7 o'clock because that's when this process ran. So I suppose it would have been all right if you started balancing at 7:30, for example.
You go on to cover the impact on operations, and you say benefit of fix that may not be visible to end user, less support calls. So in summary, you thought the risks of running a fix were outweighed by the benefits.
Yes, it was quite an easy fix, really, so I thought quite safe.
And under those risks, what live problems will there be if we do not issue this fix? Problems will continue to occur if the counter is being used whilst CAB's process is running, in those cases when it takes more than 10 seconds to run. And that, referring to that risk again in terms of operations, is this a high-risk area which changes have caused problems in the past? Yes, however, the fix proposed is self-contained and is considered unlikely to cause any problems. Going over the page, please. Towards the bottom of this page, there is an entry from David Snedden, dated the 10th of January 2008. And he says this: "It has been decided that no fix will be carried out for the time being, given the rarity of the problem. Should the problem become more prevalent, then the need for a fix will be reviewed once again. In the meantime, KEL DSED 5628Q has been created to cover the problem. With regard to this instance of the problem, we have already passed details and corrective actions necessary onto Post Office Limited by means of a BIM issued by the MSU. Therefore, no further action is necessary and this call can simply be closed." Should we take it from this that a decision was made that despite your recommendation, it was decided by the 10th of January 2008 that no wider fix would be implemented. So we have this narrow fix, but it appears no wider fix to the problem.
That's right. That is correct.
Could we have on screen, please, FUJ 001-55261? This is an email chain from September 2008. The first email in the chain starts on page 2. Could we turn to that, please? Towards the bottom of the page, this is an email from Gareth Jenkins to Roy Birkinshaw, copied to you, Steve Evans, John Burton, and Anne Chambers. It is dated the 4th of September 2008, and it reads as follows. Roy, as requested yesterday, I've had a look at the relevant code and a chat with Gerald, and I'm satisfied that the fix that Gerald has proposed for this peak is low risk and should remove this particular cause of timeouts. The actual peak is now closed, so I'm not sure exactly what process should be followed, but effectively what I think we need is for the peak to be reopened and sent to RMF for further consideration in light of recent investigations. Are you and Steve able to progress it from here? In the email above, Steve Evans asks you to liaise with Dave Snedden and Lionel to get this reopened and then back to RMF. What was RMF?
Release Management Forum.
Going back to the bottom of page 1 of this document, please. This appears to lead to an email from John Budworth to you and a number of others, including Mick Peach and Gareth Jenkins. And he says this, all peak 164429, clone of 152376, has arrived in RMF. At the moment, this is the only peak in RMF. I'm not sure why this has been revisited by Counter Dev and Gareth, as we decided we were not going to fix this back in January. Has something in live increased the problem, or has it been, I think that should be been raised as an issue by the customer or elsewhere? I don't know. Anyway, CAB's process is part of LFS Counter. I'm not expecting any other LFS change during Horizon, but it might be worth looking at LFS-related peak 147179. Then going to the email above that, please. We have an email from Steve Evans. I note that Mick has replied, and yes, this one has become a higher priority with the customer. It is not related to PC 147179, which I've actually just returned no fault in product, so doesn't exist anymore. Gerald has requested a target of T86, and he has gone off on leave until the 23rd of September. A fix will not be available before the 25th. In this email, the customer, was that the post office?
Yes, that's correct, yes.
So was it your understanding that the post office were, at least by this point, aware of the issue that had arisen?
Where does it say the customer exactly?
The first line of that email, I note that Mick has replied, and yes, this one has become a higher priority.
Yes, that must be the case, I suppose. Yes, must be.
John Budworth's email reply is above that. And he says, thanks all, I'll check RMF stack again tomorrow, but nothing other than this peak in there currently. I'll authorise peak 164429 for T86, but would like to move this forward sooner rather than later, so test and deploy as early as possible in October. To the extent that you are able to recall, were you involved in any discussions about the merits of a fix between the 10th of January 2008 decision recorded by David Snedden in that original peak and the email from Gareth Jenkins on the 4th of September 2008?
No, I was kept out of the loop completely. I would have been busy looking at other peaks, I expect. So no, I wasn't aware of that.
You explain at paragraph 32 of your statement, that is your first statement, that having reviewed the peak at document reference FUJ 001-55366, you can see that a fix was applied on the 25th of September 2008 and that you were involved in applying that fix. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. From just my review of documents recently because of this, my witness statement, yes.
You also explain at paragraph 32 that you had some involvement checking event logs in January 2009. Could we have on screen, please, FUJ 001-54836? About halfway down the page is an email from Penny Thomas to you and Stephen Meek, copied to Gareth Jenkins and Anne Chambers. It is dated the 31st of December. Apologies, if we can scroll out, please. That bottom email, the 31st of December 2008, please. The email is dated the 31st of December 2008. The subject line is ARQs 499 to 509, and then a reference 475329, LPD 19 Jan 09. Ms Thomas says, "Hi Gerald, could you please check events for the following?" And then giving that reference with a date range of the 21st of September 07 to the 17th of August 08. Many thanks, Penny. You then send an email in reply on the 5th of January 2009, a bit further up the page. Scrolling down, please. We can just zoom out and see the whole document. That's fine. And you appear in that email to attach some results. Hi, Penny, I attach the results. Regards, Gerald. And then at the top of the page, there is an email from Anne Chambers to Penny Thomas, copied to Gareth Jenkins and to you. And it says 475329 counter 3 lock events, 28th of March 2008, 2208, checkpoints being written during Smart Post upgrade. Just confirm no one logged in. Does this description at the top help you at all to say what you were checking events for or not?
I could only remember the general process. Once I joined the audit team, and I think subsequently, I didn't know this at the time, but reading all the material for my appearance today, I've discovered it. Because of my bold statement, the error handling wasn't very good. A new system was introduced where the event logs was always checked before any spreadsheet, spreadsheets or transactions were sent to the audit team by the audit team to check that there were no suspicious events that occurred at the time of the transactions reported in the ARQ. So a database of all the event logs were extracted. They were stored in some sort of database, and I was partly involved in, when requested, getting the events back for a given date range. So what Anne's saying is she's looked at these events and decided that other than these 3 lock events, there was nothing suspicious in the event logs that I returned to her. She's saying those are the suspicious ones, and moreover, she's saying as long as no one was logged in at the time, they don't matter.
can you say whether this check related to the cabs process issue we've been looking at or not?
I think, as I say, because I have reviewed the what went on from the information presented me for my appearance today, I can say yes, because of my comments, not necessarily the cabs issue, just because I said in general these riposte errors can be silent to the postmasters in general. Well, the cabs process as well, but in general it is the case that the policy was adopted of always checking all the event logs for any ARQ events presented, so that we can be, they could be more certain that nothing like that had gone on. So that was a new, because of my, it now transpires from what I've read, because of my comments, this new process was adopted. But it was all never, at the time I knew nothing about it. It was all completely silent to me, but I can see that is the case from what I've read subsequently, just, well, in recent weeks.
Could we have on screen, please, FUJ 001-55402? About halfway down the page is an email from Penny Thomas to Steve Evans, among others. It is dated the 8th of January 2009. So 3 days after you replied with results in the email chain we've just looked at. Ms Thomas says this, under a subject audit issue, as a result of our meeting today, the following actions have been agreed. 1, we will event check all transaction data supplied to POL where that data falls between May 07 and November 08. The check will focus on events where the cabs process has produced a lock from 1900 hours to 1910 local time. 3, Penny to provide a list of 195 outlets with time frame. 4, Alan to provide query. 5, Gerald to run the event check through the database. 6, Steve Denham to be advised the number of residual events, and we'll discuss with Mick Peach. 7, residual events to be reviewed. 8, Penny or cover will check ALQ data retained in the audit room or retrieve message stores as required. 9, Pete to update security incident register. So it appears that an agreed action for you, although you are not on the recipient list here, was for you to run the event check through the database. Can you help with what the event check was?
Yes, well, I can remember this moderately well. It was all automated later on, but before I joined the audit team, as I said, they got all the events back from the audit system for all counters, and they stored them all in a database so that for any given date range, and I assume FAD code 2, I can't remember it specifically, I imagine FAD code 2, you could get all the post office counter events output in a spreadsheet which could be supplied.
Ms Thomas's email was then forwarded to you by Steve Evans, scrolling up the page please, with a request to discuss. Gerald, we will need to discuss this below in the AM, Steve. Do you recall discussing the task you had been allocated, Mr. Evans?
I understand the task. I don't remember specifically discussing it, but if it says in the email this was going to happen, I imagine it did. I certainly remember the database of all the events. I remember that quite clearly.
Could we have on screen, please, FUJ 001-55421? About a third of the way down the page, we have an email from Penny Thomas to Dave Posnett from the Post Office. It is dated the 4th of February 2009. The subject line is security incident. And Ms Thomas says this: we are pleased to advise that our analysis of data covering the 1st of May 07 to the 30th of November 08 has been completed. The event logs have been checked for all data provided to POL as a result of the 195 ARQs, which fall within the time frame. The total of 27 instances of concern were identified. All instances have been fully analysed, and we can confirm that the locking was caused by contention between the EOD process and a riposte checkpoint being written. No transactions or balancing activities carried out at the branches were affected. There is reference here to the 195 ARQs which fell within the time frame. There was a reference in Penny Thomas's email of the 8th of January 2009 to there being 195 outlets within the time frame. Would you agree, therefore, that this email seems to be referring to the same issue?
I would say almost certainly, but I mean, I couldn't be 100% certain, I suppose, but I would say very likely.
Do you recall being made aware of the outcome of the checks that were done on the data provided to the post office?
No, it was all, unless it was copied to me in an email, I didn't read it or something, it was all, I was aware of the checking of events, but the reason it was done was, at the time, not something I was aware of, though now I can see the reason. But at the time, I don't think I was aware, actually, no.
And your task of running the event check through the database, was that to return results which were sent on to others for analysis?
That's correct, yes, that's correct.
You offer some reflections on the CAB's process issue at paragraph 33 of your first statement. Could we have that on screen, please? It is page 16 of WITN 098 70100. You say here at paragraph 33, the CAB's process issue highlighted a problem that could easily be caused by another system process at any time of day. In retrospect, error handling should have been tightened generally. For example, when I wrote the software to migrate from Legacy Horizon to HNGX, I kept this in mind. The postmaster pressed the migration button which appeared on migration day, and if anything went wrong, the postmaster got a message displayed saying something to the effect of, "An error has occurred, please contact the help desk." The program then stopped further processing and detailed evidence was recorded that would enable the help desk to identify the issue, possibly after escalating the issue to me. In my opinion, this sort of error handling is the safest. When something goes wrong, everyone knows about it immediately and nothing is committed. In this case, the post office branch would not be migrated and needed to continue using Legacy Horizon a bit longer. Does it follow from what you say in this paragraph that in retrospect error handling should have been tightened generally? That although there was a fix done following the CAB's process issue, as far as you were aware, there was not a wider change to coding to prevent silent failures in the system?
Not in a comprehensive manner. I think little improvements were done all the time. But I think ideally, just as when I designed this migration software, before they even started, they should consider the possibility of some system called failing. What do we do if that happens? And when you're choosing a cash account, the obvious thing to do is just display a message to the postmaster that an error has happened. Please contact the help desk. Just as in the migration software, similar thing. Anything goes wrong, just log as much information as possible and just say to the postmaster clearly and precisely, please contact the help desk. Don't just sort of roll over silently as though he thinks everything's fine when it isn't. That, in my opinion, no, I mean, hindsight's a wonderful thing, isn't it? But in my opinion, that's the way error handling should have been done.
Should the Chair take it from this paragraph that you consider the CAB's process issue was a missed opportunity to address deficient coding practices which led to silent failures?
No, well, I mean, I think it was we're just about to replace Horizon with H&GX, so the better thing to do would make sure the H&GX software learned the lesson, I think. It would have just been too expensive to do a thorough job at that stage.
There was, in fact, another issue with which you had involvement in January 2008, in addition to the CAB's process issue, which caused you to comment on the adequacy of the error handling process. And that's one that's addressed at paragraph 38A of your first statement. Could we have on screen, please, FUJ 001552224? This is a clone of another peak, and this cloned call contains some comments from you following the report of a stock unit rollover issue, which was being experienced by a user in branch. Could we go to page 6 of this document, please? The second entry on this page is made by you and is dated the 15th of January 2008. And starting on the second line of your entry, you say this: the problem was in fact already flagged. A message in the audit log pin pointed the precise message that caused the problem. The error handling of balancing is deficient in some ways. In most cases, an error is just logged and the code blunders on regardless, leaving the system locked. What should happen is that the error should be logged, the process cleanly aborted, an error message displayed to the user and the system left so that he can do something else. I hope the HNGX version is much better. I'm not sure it is worthwhile spending time improving the EPOS version, which is shortly to be replaced. It would be better spending the same effort making the HNGX version better. I had already requested that this be advised to the HNGX team in PC 0152376. So you were once again flagging the error handling problem as you saw it.
That's right, yes.
And as far as you were aware, is it right that no material changes were made to this wider problem relating to error handling at the time?
Well, it would have just been uneconomic. It was too late. But we were always doing little improvements. So, it would have just been. You see, once the system's rolled out and you start is in maintenance role, and developers like I are just maintaining it. Always, when you do a fix, you really want the minimum code change to solve the problem, because it reduces the amount of regression testing needed for the release. To comprehensively rewrite the error handling would just be a massive job. That would be a massive regression testing exercise, and so would be extremely expensive. And since it was just being rewritten anyway, it seemed particularly pointless.
You say in your statement that you bore in mind the need for good error handling processes when you wrote the software to migrate from legacy Horizon to Horizon Online. And you've just discussed the issues that would have been on a shorter term basis making changes. Can you help with whether there were any other steps taken by you or anyone else within Fujitsu to ensure that good error handling processes were introduced across the board, either at the time of the migration to Horizon Online or later?
Well, I can't. I passed on my comments to the HNGX team. I hope they got passed on. I can't say, though, I wasn't not really involved in that software. Certainly the migration software I wrote very much took that into account, and I wrote it with very comprehensive error handling in the first instance, and indeed every counter was migrated from Horizon to HNGX with not very many issues, really.
Sir, I wonder if that might be a convenient moment for a short afternoon break. I think you're on mute, sir.
Does short mean less than 15 minutes?
Yes, please. 10 minutes, sir, if we could.
Okay. 10 minutes. So when do we
I
start?
think that takes us to 25 to.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hello, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Barnes, turning please to events after you moved to the audit team in around 2009, you say in your first statement at paragraph 13 that when you joined the audit team, Fujitsu was changing from using Isha's riposte software to Fujitsu's own bespoke software, HNGX. Can you explain, please, what that meant for the software which was used to perform ARQs for the post office?
Right, well, it's because we're no longer using Escher's riposte system. Well, there are two things. First of all, the audit software used the Escher software to produce its spreadsheets of results, which I only discovered this through reading. Really, I wasn't there at the time, but it used the Escher software to produce its spreadsheets of results. So that was one thing. So therefore, just to save the license fee that we paid to Escher, we wanted to get rid of that component. But on top of that, in addition, the audit team had to cope with the new transactions which were going to be written by the new HNGX software, which was a Fujitsu rewrite of the everything that was done by riposte before was going to be rewritten by Fujitsu. So the audit software had to cope with this new format transactions too. And so a team that mainly completed their work before I joined the audit team wrote a component called the Query Manager Service, whose purpose was to produce the spreadsheets very similar to that which was produced by the old audit system for riposte, and in addition, at the same time, enable it to produce those spreadsheets for the new HNGX software.
And is it right that it was, is it Xquilla or Xkiller?
Xquilla.
Xquilla, which was used after you joined the audit team to run audit queries?
That's correct, yes, that's right.
And is it right that the audit team still uses Xquilla to run audit queries today?
That's correct, yes.
Does it follow from the fact that you only joined the audit team in around 2009 that you would not have been familiar with the high-level design documents relating to Legacy Horizon, covering the design and requirements of the audit harvester created in the early 2000s?
No, I wouldn't have been, I wasn't very aware of that. I knew a little bit about it, but I wasn't aware of the details.
You deal with the audit query process for Horizon Online at paragraph 16 of your first statement. Could we have that on screen, please? It is page 6 of WITN 098700100. At paragraph 16, you say, in relation to HNGX, the process of generating a spreadsheet of transactions similar to the ARQ spreadsheet is as follows. Files to be audited are placed on many shares across the estate. A share is a folder of a computer that is accessible by another computer. B, gatherers on the audit server bring the files into the audit server, where they are stored on a special long-term storage device known as an audit archive, Centera to begin with, which was later replaced by Eternus, and indexed using a structured query language, SQL, database on the audit server. A checksum of the file is also stored too. A checksum is effectively a unique numerical identifier that is allocated to a file. And C, a special tool on audit workstations can then be used to display stored files and retrieve them. As these stored files are retrieved, their checksum is checked. Some of the stored files are files of transactions, and extra software is available to generate spreadsheets of transactions. Is it right that you were not personally involved in responding to ARQs that were submitted by the Post Office to Fujitsu in relation to investigations, court proceedings or disciplinary proceedings?
That's correct. I simply was part of the team that supported the software they used.
You do address in your statements, however, your involvement in a number of issues which could affect the accuracy of ARQ data. And one of these is the duplicate transactions issue, which arose in 2010. You've addressed this issue at paragraphs 34 to 37 of your first statement. And at paragraph 34, you describe the result of the issue which arose to have been that multiple instances of one transaction could appear on a spreadsheet generated as part of the ARQ process, and it would not be clear that they were the same transaction. Is that an accurate summary?
Exactly. That was the problem, yes.
Could we have on screen, please, FUJ 001 72183? This is a peak with reference PC 0200468. The summary reads, Horizon Audit Spreadsheet Producing Duplicate Transactions. And there is an impact statement dated the 23rd of June 2010, which says this: from Penny, in a nutshell, the HNGX application is not removing duplicate transactions, which may have been recorded twice on the audit server, and they are appearing in the ARQ returns. For the old Horizon application, Riposte automatically removed duplicate entries. An initial analysis shows that 1/3 of all ARQ returns since the new application has been in play have duplicated transactions. Going then to the entries in the log themselves, the second entry is dated the 21st of June 2010 and is made by Penny Thomas. And she says, while performing an audit retrieval for branch 072128, duplicate transactions have been found on the 3rd of June 09. Initial analysis shows that duplicate records are held in 2 different audited TMS files. Then scrolling down to the final entry on this page, please, the 22nd of June 2010. This is an entry made by you, and we have this. The processing is done by query DLL.DLL. The way it works is that it processes all the results in a given file, building up an internal table of transaction sequences for that file. Then at the very end of processing the file, it dumps the internal table to the RFI query file sequence table. It does not cross-check the transactions in one file against those in another file. You say 2 solutions are possible. The easy solution is that as each transaction is processed, a check is made in the RFI query file sequence table, and if it is already there, the transaction is ignored, writing a warning to the query log. The problem with this solution is that a query needs to be made to the database for every transaction. The more difficult solution, the internal table, which at the moment is built up on a per file basis, is changed to being built up on a per query basis. The check for duplicate transactions is then done within the internal table. This is a much more thorough approach, but will take much more work. Then there is a further entry from you, also dated the 22nd of June, which outlines the detail of the fix for this problem. And about halfway down the page, we have impact on user. And impact on user says occasionally duplicate transactions are listed in the spreadsheets produced and presented to court for prosecution cases. These can give the defence team grounds to question the evidence. Then further down, in response to the question, have relevant KELs been created or updated? You say no KELs have been created for this since we intend to fully resolve the issue shortly. If we scroll down, there are risks that are outlined of releasing and not releasing a fix. And here you say, if we do not fix this problem, our spreadsheets presented in court are liable to be brought into doubt if duplicate transactions are spotted. Going over the page, please, the entry of the 23rd of June 2010 from Penny Thomas. Initial analysis of all ARQ returns since the HNGX application has been implemented identifies approximately 1/3 of all returns have duplicate entries. This is now extremely urgent. Scrolling down, please, towards the bottom of the page, there is an entry on the 7th of July 2010. And right at the bottom of the page, that last entry, it says fix released to PIT. Can you just help with what that means?
Yes, that's the team which generated the actual thing that was automatically delivered to the various platforms, which in this case would have been the audit server.
Then over the page...
Post office integration team, possibly. I can't, I'm just trying to think what it's... Maybe post office integrate, I'm guessing. Or pathway integration team, something like that.
Then over the page, please, to the second entry of the 7th of July 2010. And it says here the peak has been test installed in integration. What does this mean, please?
Well, integration, that's the PIT team that they actually produce. So development produce V baselines with the fix in, and that goes to the integration team who produce D baselines, which are ready for automatic deployment on the various platforms, which in this case would be the audit server.
There are then a series of entries which follow before the final entry on this page, dated the 1st of September 2010, made by Penny Thomas, which notes fix successfully deployed, closing call. So it seems from this peak that although the issue was being raised in June 2010, it was not the subject of a fix until the 1st of September 2010. Is that right, from what we can see on this log?
Well, that's certainly when Penny could see that it was successfully deployed. Well, roughly speaking, yes. It's the you've got 30th of July. John Rogers, testing successfully completed and documented in LST. It takes after it's get tested in LST. It doesn't usually take long before it's deployed to live. So from 30th of July to 1st of September. Sounds a bit of a long time, but anyway, that sort of thing, yes, that sort of thing.
Can we have on screen, please, FUJ 001 71848? The reference on this peak is PC 020 5805. The summary is audit, duplicate message sequences are not recorded by fast ARQ retrieval. The call was opened on the 27th of October 2010, if we can scroll down a little to see that. Before we turn to the detail of the peak, can you explain, please, the difference between fast and slow ARQs?
Right, well, the slow ARC was the original method, which was a sort of more labour-intensive system for the operator, but more flexible, in which, first of all, they had to supply the FAD, the date range of the files they wanted to get back, and then they went to another screen to supply the date range they wanted to filter the FAD for, and then they went to another screen to supply the query they wanted to run on the FAD. So it was all quite doable, but someone called Steve Meek, whose name's come up before, automated this process. So you had one screen which you have the FAD, the date range, and also an optional number of extra days for files gathered late. And you just set it going with one form. So it was just quicker for the operator. The file start was quicker for the operator.
And the issue addressed in this peak arose in the context of fast ARQs, is that right?
That's correct, yeah. Well, that's what it said. I mean, that's what it says. So.
And the impact statement dated the 5th of November 2010 appears to have been entered by you and says this: the fast ARQ interface does not provide the user with any indication of duplicate records/messages. This omission means that we are unaware of the presence of duplicate transactions. In the event that duplicates are retrieved and returned to POL without our knowledge, the integrity of the data provided comes into question. The customer, and indeed the defence and the court, would assume that the duplicates were bona fide transactions, and this would be incorrect. There are a number of high-profile court cases in the pipeline, and it is imperative that we provide sound, accurate records. Looking then, please, to the entry at the bottom of this page, dated the 1st of November 2010. Again, it's an entry made by you. And it says, Andy and I have looked at this. We think the method most compatible with existing behaviour is as follows. Check for duplicates for HNGX in a similar method to how duplicates are checked for in Horizon. Do you mean legacy Horizon?
That's right. That's correct, yes.
For Horizon, they are legitimately logged in the audit log and then ignored because it is just that identical messages are stored by mistake in more than one transaction file. For HNGX, in the fast ARQ case, their detection will cause them to be logged in the query log and a count kept of how many there are. They will not be ignored. And then you go on to detail a proposed fix. You made a further entry on the 5th of November 2010, which reads, I have built a prototype query DLL.dll, which solves this problem. Now, if duplicate HNGX messages are detected, the fast ARQ fails at the client with the message filtering failed, displayed at the bottom of its form, and on the server in the query log, there are detailed messages describing the duplicates found. Then there is a further, more detailed entry from you, also dated the 5th of November 2010, where you provide a technical summary. You say HNGX can rarely produce transactions with duplicate journal sequence numbers. At the moment, when running an FAS ARQ on the audit server, these duplicates are not noticed. This means that the evidence presented by the prosecution team may show duplicate transactions without it being noticed. The defence team may spot this and call into question the integrity of our data. Scrolling down, please, to the bottom of the page, impact on user. HNGX transactions with duplicate JSNs may not be noticed. This will call into question the reliability of evidence presented by the prosecution team. Going to the top of the next page, please, on have relevant KELs been created or updated. It was not felt that a KEL was required because there are only 2 people in the prosecution team and they are both fully aware of the problem. Who were the 2 people in the prosecution team? Can you recall?
Well, Penny Thomas would have been one.
Do you recall Andy Dunks?
Well, he certainly was there at one, still is. Might have been Andy I was referring to. I can't, quite likely, I would say quite likely, but I couldn't say with certainty. The only one I can say with certainty is Penny Thomas.
Whose decision was it whether a known error log was created?
Well, I think that's if I'm writing this, then it's me really, I suppose. You've either got to produce something in the KEL, or you've got to give an explanation of why you're not producing something in the KEL. But, well, my explanation is quite simple. There's only 2 people and they're well aware of it anyway, so there's no point having a KEL entry because they know about the issue. So.
This peak was opened around 2 months after the last peak we looked at was closed, following a fix on the 1st of September 2010. Is the issue discussed in this peak the same as that discussed in the previous peak?
Yes, that's right. That's right. It would have been the same affix as applied before, I think, would have been present here. So you get, whenever you do the ARQ, you get the query handler log is always generated. That would have listed the duplicates here anyway. I can't quite remember what we're fixing here. I'm not too sure exactly what we were doing. But
can you help? Apologies, I interrupted.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure, Andy. I'm not sure exactly what change would have been going on here. Does it say somewhere exactly what we were going to do to address this issue?
Well, going for a little further back up the page. If we can just stop there. Just casting your eye down there, does that help you at all? It says the fix, for example, does the fix require any manual deployment baselines? The fix does not require any manual installation. It will just be a replacement file. The coding of the fix is complete. However, further regression tests still need to be run.
Okay, well, I can't remember exactly. All I know is what happens right now. The intermediate steps of how we got there, I'm not too sure of. So,
putting it another way, why was there still an issue if a fix had been implemented on the 1st of September?
Yeah, I'm not too sure, to be honest. I would have thought on the first fix we'd logged all the duplicates in the query handler log. That would have been the case here. Whether we're doing something more, maybe what it might have been is we simply, yes, it could be that we actually got the fast start to actually say, right, duplicates of occurred, we're stopping. It could have just been that the fast start just failed and you'd get just some message saying, look in the query handler log, and then you would see the duplicates listed. Might have been that. I can't from memory remember exactly what the fix was. It might have been that. So maybe it just stopped running and refused to produce anything.
Scrolling down, please, and over the page, looking for an entry on the 24th of November 2010. Over the page again.
Oh, and Andrew's written something.
That entry there, the 24th of November 2010, Andrew Mansfield. Sarah Selwyn has requested an audit maintenance release prior to the next DC audit plan release, due to go live on the 14th of May 2011. 5 peaks are requested for this maintenance release, and they're listed. This is an edited version of the text of Sarah's original email to Sheila Bamber. We would like to get these peaks targeted ASAP, since these are impacting SSC and the litigation support group in their support of the post office litigations. There is a risk that these teams will not be able to fulfil their OLTs to the post office as defined in SMV SDM SD 0017. In terms of when the issue was fixed, You refer to another peak at paragraph 37 of your first statement, which you say suggests that the issue with duplicate transactions was fixed in or around November 2010. Could we have that on screen, please? It's FUJ 001 71892. The reference for this peak is PC 0205353. The summary reads, LST audit, duplicate message sequences are not reported if they are identical. This is not a peak log which contains entries made by you, but since you refer to it in your statement, can we take it that you have reviewed it?
Yes.
And the impact statement here says, it is important that any duplicate messages in the retrieved audit data are highlighted to the user. Duplicates are not being highlighted when two message sequences have the same start and end message sequence numbers. So it gives some examples. Sequences X to Y would not be reported as duplicates. Sequences X to Y would report a duplicate. This is a very serious issue. We experienced the presence of duplicate horizon transactions which were not removed when the HNGX application was introduced. POL did not accept a manual workaround and the ARQ service basically stopped for almost 2 months. The issue contained in this peak came to light on the 21st of October, and I have instigated the creation of a macro which will identify if duplicated transactions are contained within a spreadsheet. We will need to generate an additional spreadsheet containing the JVN and check for duplicates using the macro. This will increase our workload by 15 to 20 minutes each for each ARQ containing HNGX transaction records. The real problem will arise if we do identify duplicate transactions because POL is not likely to accept a workaround for transaction records used for litigation support. And that statement is dated the 25th of October 2010. Is this the same duplicates issue as the fast ARQ?
No. It's a much more. It looks like a much more specific issue. It's when two message sequences have the same start and end message sequence numbers. So it's some very. It looks like some very specific issue that Andy Mansfield fixed.
If we could go to page 5 of this document, please, top of the page. An entry on the 25th of November 2010 reads, cleared in release 3.13 audit system and tested in LST under release notes HRU 7206 and HRU 7239, closing call. Was this the entry which led you to believe that the duplicate transactions issue had been resolved in or around November 2010? This is the document
Yes,
reference.
I think so. I mean, I get a bit confused with the exact timescale, but what happens right now is that the spreadsheets we send to the, and has been for a long time, is that the spreadsheets we send always have in a summary sheet details of all the duplicates and gaps. So each spreadsheet we submit has all that information in the spreadsheet. That's the present and been that way for a while, but there's been getting there. There's been a slightly not so. We haven't got there in one go, as it were. That is the way it's been for a long while.
The last entry we looked at in this was on page 4. Apologies, if we can have back on screen, please, FUJ 001 71848. Looking at page 4, please. going back to Andrew Mansfield's entry dated the 24th of November 2010. That was the last entry that we looked at. Going please to the top of the next page, to page 5. There's an entry from you dated the 3rd of December 2010 saying, a fix will now be prepared and tested. It will then be stored in VSS Inf DOM. It will be handed over on the 24th of December. There is then an entry on the 14th of December from you, and you say it's now been decided that the detection of duplicate HNGX messages will not terminate the fast ARCs. Is that supposed to be ARQs?
That's right, yes.
Duplicates will be logged by query DLL at the server initially in queryhandler.log and eventually in the closed log both for Horizon and HNGX transactions. Duplicate HNGX transactions will also be logged by the client in its spreadsheets, but duplicate Horizon transactions will be eliminated at the server silently since they are all known always to be benign. Then on the 29th of December, the entry from you, we have fixed by version 4.1.0.1 of NWB legato recover.exe and version 4.004 of querydll.dll. Handed over in audit extract SRV with a reference. Going to the bottom of the page, please, the entry on the 19th of January. Tested in LSD as part of audit release 3.4. Duplicate message sequences are now recorded in the query handler enclosure RFI log files for both slow and fast FRQs. There are some further entries over the page and a final entry on the 27th of April 2011, which reads, there are two entries here. John Budworth, first of all, applied to live 3rd of February 2011 as part of audit release 03.24. And then we have call closed, entry by Penny Thomas on the 27th of April 2011. Having looked at this document, does it remain your understanding that the duplicate transactions issue was fixed in or around November 2010, or do you think that may have been later?
It looks like it might have been later from this. A complete fix, yes, looks like it might have been later.
At paragraph 36B of your statement, you address another problem which arose in relation to fast ARQs, relating not to duplicate transactions, but to missing transactions. Could we have on screen, please, FUJ 001 71894? The reference for this peak is PC 0207787. The summary is audit, transaction gap info overwritten in summary worksheet. And the impact statement on the 18th of January 2011 says the problem will only occur in exceptional circumstances, but should be fixed in case the exceptional circumstance happens. If it does occur, transaction gap information is overwritten in the results spreadsheet and we would not be able to send the ARQ to POL. We would probably attempt to resolve the cause of the gaps or duplicates before sending the output to POL in any case, but the problem really ought to be fixed. Recognising that this is not a peak log into which you made entries, but one you commented on in your statement, is this problem a distinct one from the duplicates problem we've been looking at? Or part of the same problem?
No, this appears to be about gaps. So you've got duplicates and you've got gaps. So all the messages written have a message number, and you can have a duplicate, but also very rarely, and it is very, very rare actually, you can have a gap, i.e. no message at all. This is referring to gaps, which duplicates are quite common, particularly for, well, actually, duplicates were quite common for Horizon, but not for H and GX really, I don't think. Gaps weren't common for anything, but you've got to be checked for them. And this seems to be saying that there was some problem with reporting gaps.
Going please to page 4 of the document. There's an entry of the 20th of June 2011 there. Peak has been test installed in integration, routing back to source. And then there are 3 entries on the 30th of June 2011, one from Mark Ascott saying successfully tested by LST, and one final one closing the peak. Can you help with whether there was a further fix in relation to this issue, in addition to the fix implemented for duplicate transactions, or is this part of the same thing?
I think this, well, I assume this is a separate issue. I assume this is a separate one.
In your first statement, you addressed a number of other peaks which you consider may have had an impact on the audit log. I don't propose to take you to all of those, but one of these relates to an issue arising in April 2013. Could we have on screen, please, FUJ 00226-106? About 2/3 of the way down the page is an email from you to CSPOA Security. Can you just explain, please, which team that was?
That's cyber security post office account, which is the same as the it's what I sometimes call the prosecution team. Sometimes it's, I suppose it's not. I suppose there's parts of the same thing. Yes, it's the same penny, etc. at the time.
And it is copied to Rajbinder Sangha and Andy Dunks, among others. It is dated the 15th of April. Apologies if we can go down, please. That email below, the 15th of April email from you. The subject line is possibility of missing transactions. And you say, hi, a serious flaw has recently been spotted in the audit code. It was introduced in the fixed PC 0187097 quite some time ago, but post HNGX. There is a small possibility of missing transactions on generated spreadsheets if the query handling was run during the evening query manager shutdown. Please raise a priority peak on the issue and send it to audit dev. Mr. Dunks replied to you the next day, a bit further up the page, please, saying this, Gerald, can you confirm that we're talking about as far back as September 2009? Are you able to pop down and explain and show us what we're to look for, as we will need to put together some timescales to complete this task? And then above, you reply and say, I'll come down in a few minutes. Just to be clear, the issue you were flagging appears to have the potential to lead to transactions missing from audit data provided to the post office by Fujitsu. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Though in fact, it would be quite likely, it might be noticed by our gap checks, because if something was getting missed, unless it was at the very beginning, at the very end of the range, it would be noticed by the gap check. But yes, potentially.
And was Andy Dunks right in when he was asking if this could go back as far as September 2009? Do you know how far it could have gone back?
Well, not offhand. You'd need to look at the peak when this peak I cross-referred to got fixed, I suppose. But well, if you said that, I suppose possibly. I don't. Without going into detail, I couldn't say.
Could we have on screen, please, FUJ 001-73057? This is peak reference PC 0225071. The summary is possibility of missing transactions on ARQ audit spreadsheets. And the impact statement dated the 12th of June 2018 is entered by you. It says this: there is a loophole in the code of query DLL, whereby if it is running during the evening service shutdown, the resulting prosecution spreadsheets produced later may have missing transactions. There is a tiny possibility that errors in the query manager service may not be reported, meaning that invalid prosecution spreadsheets may be produced. There is a possibility of errors being generated when audit queries are being run and the query manager service is shut down and restarted. This wastes the time of the prosecution service and makes them rerun queries. This makes achieving SLAs more difficult. You appear from the log entries in this peak to have been involved in investigating and finding a fix to this problem. Looking on page 2, please, to an entry of the 16th of April 2013. There is a reference, going back up, please. It's a reference to a meeting held the day before with Adam Spurgeon, Alan Holmes, and Steve Goddard. Can you help with which teams these individuals were in?
Alan Holmes was the manager of the audit team at the time. Not the manager, was the designer for the audit team at the time. Steve Goddard and Adam Spurgeon were managers.
Scrolling, if you can't assist any further.
I thought I'd answered the question.
I'm sorry, I thought you were continuing.
No, that was it. Yeah. So there was. Alan Holmes was the designer, and the other two were managers.
Scrolling.
Before we get into this document, can I tell you that Ms Price, that I can't go on beyond 4:30 today. So since we're getting reasonably close there, I think we better take stock about what's happening.
Yes, sir. The witness is available to attend tomorrow morning to finish his evidence, should that be necessary. I was going to stop after this topic to see, sir, whether you wanted to sit a little later or to continue tomorrow.
Well, I think we're going to have to continue tomorrow by the sound of it. So just choose a suitable moment between now and 4:30 to round off then, all right?
Yes, sir. Scrolling down, please, to the last box on this page, the 16th of April 2013 entry. You say that the affected platform was the audit server, and the technical summary was a loophole has been found in query DLL.dll, whereby if it is running during the evening shutdown of the query manager service, the prosecution spreadsheets produced later may have missing transactions. In addition, the design ethos at the moment of query DLL is that on shutdown, a failure state is indicated. This is to be changed to there being a rerun of the query after shutdown, which would have prevented this problem in the first place, although there would still have been a problem if a genuine error rather than a shutdown had occurred prior to the faulty code, which masked the earlier state. As well as that, and a precaution, the error handling of query DLL.dll is going to be looked at and improved. The impact on user is dealt with a little further down. Going over to the top of the next page, the prosecution spreadsheets will be more reliable after this fix. There is then an entry towards the bottom of this page on the 24th of May 2013, made by you. And in this, you deal with completion of initial testing using a debug version and attach your test plan. You say, unfortunately, 7.22 has been superseded by an 8.01 release, and so the fix will need merging. There has been debate about exactly where this shall be released. Whilst investigating the original problem, the following problems are fixed in query DLL.dll. The original major problem that transactions would go missing silently from spreadsheets if an evening query manager shutdown occurred at a particular point, and you go on to explain the other aspects of that. Over the page, we see the fourth entry down, dated the 12th of June 2013, is made by you. Andy Dunks has stated that he is prepared to only run audit queries in the day to prevent the possibility of audit transactions being missed from spreadsheets due to a bug in the code that handles the overnight shutdown of the query manager service. I'm therefore proposing this peak for the 9.28 maintenance release. This is 2 months after the issue first arose. Was this the first point at which the process for running audit queries was modified to avoid the risk of spreadsheets being affected after the issue was raised in April 2013?
I suppose so, yes, so that's right. Though Andy had checked all, so you could tell whether there had been an evening shutdown by looking in the query manager log, and Andy had checked them all, I believe, and so we'd taken checks to make sure everything was okay, as I understand it. But that's right, yes.
As far as you can see from this log, and as far as you are aware, was Post Office told about this issue, either by this point or before the fix in November 2014?
I don't know the answer to that, I'm afraid. I don't know that.
The last entry on this page is dated the 12th of June 2013 and is made by you. And your technical summary is, a thorough review of the query manager service has been conducted. One major bug has been found which could result in prosecution spreadsheets having missed transactions if the query manager service is shut down and restarted. In addition, many less serious issues have been found with the query manager service. There is a tiny possibility that if an error occurs, it will not be reported. The evening shutdown can cause queries to fail that would otherwise have worked. These issues are all fixed. Is it right that your finding reported here, albeit you say these issues are now all fixed, was that an error could have occurred and not have been reported?
That's what it says, so it must be the case. Yes, that's what it's saying.
This is the same concern you had expressed in 2007, was it not, around error handling, that the code should be written in a way that prevents silent failures?
That's right, exactly. But I thought the query handler, as I said, I didn't write it all myself. It was something that had been written by a team. I thought it was much better error handling than what I saw at EPOS. Though, as with all things, you can always have little gaps, little mistakes. But I thought in general it was better. It had obviously been designed to trap errors from the word go, this service. And they made missed little points. But it had basically been designed to trap errors from the word go.
Going over the page, please, about a third of the way down, you address the risks of not delivering the fix. I think scrolling up, perhaps. Risks of releasing and not releasing proposed fix. If this fix is not delivered, there is the possibility that incorrect prosecution spreadsheets will be produced. If this fix is not delivered, some prosecution spreadsheet production runs will fail if the evening shutdown occurs in the middle of them. Did you recognise at the time how significant a problem this might be?
Yes, well, that's right, yes, well, yeah, definitely. That's why we took a lot of, we did a lot of checks, that's right.
Did you recognise the risk that incorrect data might be presented in support of post office prosecutions?
Absolutely, but as I say, a lot of steps were taken to check this hadn't happened.
In any of your conversations with Andy Dunks, do you recall him talking about the significance of the problem and the risk that incorrect data might be presented in support of post office prosecutions?
Well, he just agreed that he was going to run the checks that were suggested to him to make sure that his spreadsheets hadn't been produced in the evening shutdown. Because you can always tell from looking at the query handler log whether this had happened or not.
Do you recall being told about any discussion of this issue with the post office?
No, I never. That never. That never. No, I didn't. Conversations about the post office never really directly got to me, I don't think.
This was an issue which had first come up in June 2013. Can you assist with why it took until November 2014, the date you give in your statement, for the issue being fixed, for that to happen?
Which statement? Which section of the statement?
Looking at your first statement.
I think I do recall it.
It's paragraph 38B, and it's about 6 lines from the bottom.
Thank you, sir. We can
November
look.
2014. Oh, right.
We can look, if it helps, to the last entry in this peak. Just going to the last page.
December 2000. Well, okay, so that it's finally closed in December 2014. But we've got but just a second. 19th of November 2014. It's got software fix available to call longer.
And if it assists, scrolling up a little, the entries immediately above.
Yeah, so it looks like it's been released. The fix was released in November 2014. It's just that Jason's closed the peak in December 2014. So I think my statement is actually correct. Yes, my statement says it subsequently deployed in around November 2014, which is what the statement by Lorraine Giblin means. 19th of November 2014.
And so
software fix available to call on.
Looking back to that original date that the issue was raised, I misspoke earlier, it was the 16th of April 2013. Can you help with why it took until November 2014 for a fix?
Oh, right, I'm not sure, I can't remember now. Don't know why it took so long, it seems quite a long time, certainly.
Right, we'll have to take that up further tomorrow if necessary.
So that was the last of my questions for today.
I thought it would have been, but I gave you the opportunity to have another go. All right, well, I'm very sorry, Mr. Barnes, that you'll have to return tomorrow, but I'm grateful to you that you've made yourself available to come tomorrow. Forget about this case tonight if you possibly can. Don't talk about your evidence and come ready for a much shorter session, I hope and suspect, tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you.